Good morning, my dear NEET warriors. It's time to solve 1000 PYQs in this two-day challenge. Starting off with physics, then today we're going to have chemistry, and tomorrow entire of biology, that's zoology and botany, right? So in this 4 lectures, you will be covering 1000 PYQs from 2019 to 2023. So that is the challenge which we have to take because these are the most relevant questions. And I'm pretty sure you have seen the launch video. If you have not, you can just have a quick look at it because you'll get an idea of what we are going to do in these classes. Nice to see all of you waking up in the morning and all geared up with full josh and energy. I hope I'm audible and visible. Apurva, I'm back in Bangalore studios. Hello sweetie. Good morning Navya. Hello JK. Hello Pratibha. Hello Sebastian. Krishna, nice to see you back. Our lovely Pandus are here. Hello. Good morning Mr. Jeevan. Good morning, happy morning to all of you too. And this is your captain Shreyas, and I'm going to conduct this session for you so that we cover up as many PYQs as possible in this long session. This session will be easily very long. So I'm planning to give the first break after the 11th standard PYQs. Okay, so that is the target. Let's see how it goes. Okay, and then after the break we'll do with the 12th standard PYQs, right? So do me a favor quickly. Smash the like button down there, right? Just go ahead, smash the like button down there, and also subscribe to the Vedantu NEET English channel because this is your best resource channel for all the lectures, for all the important notifications on how to do things, the strategies, everything at one single place, including motivation. So make sure you have subscribed. Yeah, let's make this family grow big because just 1 month we are away from our final examination. Just after April, then May 1st week only the exam is there, right? So all the lectures schedule has been already put up. So physics, then chemistry, zoology, then botany, right? So that's the plan for this 2-day challenge. And there is also a very important update. I don't know how many of you know this. We also have NEET PYQs book, all the previous year questions right from 2004 to 2023, a physical hard copy book. Reason why I'm telling you about this is because sometimes your eyes get strained looking at the screen for long times. You want some actual physical books because at the end of the day your paper is going to be pen and paper bubbling based, so you need a physical hard copy. So if you want all the questions and that to be detailed solutions, what some books do is they just give options, few questions solutions, they give few questions solutions are not there or they are not easy to understand. If you want to understand all the concepts, why are these problems, and also you want it chapter wise, so the beautiful way of organizing these questions is chapter wise, so you can test your strength and skills in each and every chapter, and not even one single question is skipped in this entire book. That's the best part. Sometimes few questions, few hundred questions get skipped, but in this book you will not see any of these questions get skipped. Just check out these books in Amazon. These are for physics, chemistry, biology, all the 3 subjects from 2004 to 2023. It's there in Amazon. The link is there in the description as well as the previous video. If you have seen it, right, you can just buy it on Amazon and you will get it couriered to your address within, hardly few days. If you are in some good city, 100% it will come within just like 1 day or so. So use these books for your advantage, right? So let's begin with the class, and here comes the first PYQ on your screen, NEET 2023. Yep. Yes. The session has started, Dharmesh, now, and it will end, I don't know, maybe it will take 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, around that much time. Yeah, Siddharth, I'm very good. I hope you two are doing great. Yes. Good morning, Abhinav. Thank you for all the love from Kerala. Nice to see all the students from Kerala. Hello, Rakesh Reddy. Thank you so much. The diameter of a spherical bob when measured with vernier caliper yields the following values. These values are given. What is the mean diameter to the appropriate significant figures? Now, if you think about it, whenever you want to find the mean diameter, mean means average, so you will basically take the D average value as D1 plus D2, like that, the whole thing divided by the number of quantities. Over here, the diameters are basically like 3.33 plus 3.32 plus 3.34 plus 3.33 plus 3.32. The whole thing divided by, check how many quantities are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 quantities are there, so divide it with 5. Now whatever final answer you will get, how many decimal places should it have? How many decimal places should it have? Because each of them had 2 decimal places. Check it out. All these quantities had 2 decimal places. That's why the final quantity should also have 2 decimal places. That means either it is this or it is this. So automatically B option gets eliminated and even A option gets eliminated because there are 3 and 1 decimal quantities over here. You solve this and you will find out the answer comes out as 3.33. Just add and divide by 5. So I think you should get the answer as 3.33. Everybody clear to this point? Shall we go ahead to the next question? Yes, it is not D for doctor. Just check it out. It should come out as C. Yes, just check it out. Yep. So it should have only 2 decimal places. It should have only how many decimal places? 2 decimal places. If you want, we can just do the calculation. I'll just get my calculator also over here. You don't use calculators. 3.33 plus 3.32 plus 3.34 plus 3.33 plus 3.32, the whole thing divided by 5. 3.32, so it's close to 3.33. Yes, done. No, it is not D. It is I'm getting 3.328. It is coming out as 3.328. Be careful. It is coming out as 3.328. When you round it off, what will it become? 3.33. Be careful, guys. I know why you wrote option D. There is a decimal place after that 2 also. There is a decimal place after that 2 also. 8. When you round it off, this is what you get. Be careful. Round off the digits to 2 decimal places. Understood? Where you made the mistake? Many students would have made this mistake. Be careful. Yes, the answer is option 3. Cool? Very good. Let's move on. The mechanical quantity which has the dimension of the reciprocal of mass. The mechanical quantity which has the dimension of reciprocal of basically the mass. Is it angular momentum, conductivity, torque? Torque 100% no. Thermal conductivity also has many things in it. In fact, it has temperature also in it. Angular momentum, I don't think so, because MRV, R is there, velocity is there. It might be gravitational constant. We can figure it out. It's not that difficult. See, our force is nothing but Gm square by R square. Force is nothing but mass into acceleration. Dimensionally, I am writing it down. So Gm square by R square. This mass and this mass just got cancelled. So basically G is equal to acceleration into R square divided by M. Now what is acceleration? Dimensionally, it is nothing but meters per second square. So length raised to 1, t raised to minus 2. Length raised to 1, basically t raised to minus 2. What is R? R is nothing but length. So length square is there. And over here, what do you have? You have mass over here, which you have mass over here. Is that right? Now if you notice, M's power is minus 1. L's power is basically, you can see over here is 3 times power is there. That doesn't matter to us. Mainly what matters is mass's power is minus 1. Mass's power is minus 1. So the mechanical quantity which has dimension of reciprocal of mass, yes, it does have reciprocal of mass in its dimensional formula. So yes, it should be the gravitational constant. I know why it is not torque or why it is not angular momentum, because angular momentum formula is only mass into R into V. Mass is there in the numerator. Torque also is force into R. Force is mass into acceleration. So mass is again there in the numerator. So C also will not be there. Thermal conductivity, I think, you will generally not get mass on the top. You will get mass on the top, you will not get it below maybe. Yeah. So I just saw over here that it is option number D. Yes, perfecto. Moving ahead to the next question coming up on your screen, and here it is. The errors in the measurement which arise due to unpredictable fluctuations in the temperature and the voltage. I'm trying to measure something fluctuates, and because of which, I'm getting some error in the reading. What are those kind of errors called as? Are they personal to you? Are they least count? Least count are device based errors. Like micrometer will have 0.01 centimeter error, like that. Is it instrumental error or is it random? It is random because you cannot predict, unpredictable. Something which is not predictable is random, so it should be random errors. Is that right? Everybody with me? Very good. Yes, it is option C. Keep answering the questions in the chat box. You will gain a lot of confidence. And even if you can't answer, it's okay. Don't get scared by the students who are answering it. It's okay. You go with the flow. Learn from this lecture, because this lecture is the most unique lecture in the entire of YouTube. Because I mean, you might find 2019 PYQs or 2020 PYQs or just top PYQs. This is not top PYQs. This is complete PYQs. That is the best part about this YouTube lecture. Okay, I hope you have smashed the like button. If you have not done that, do it already. Yeah, please. A metal wire has certain mass, certain radius, certain length. The maximum possible percentage error in the measurement of density. So this kind of question, you should know the formula of the physical quantity which you have to find. In this case, it is density. Density is nothing but mass divided by volume. Now, I don't know the volume directly, but since the radius is given and the length is given, it's like a cylinder. So can I say it is nothing but pi r square into basically the length. This is the volume. Pi r square is area into length will give me the volume. Great. Now I can also write this as density is 1 by pi is a constant, mass raised to 1, r raised to -2, length raised to 1. Why did I write it like that? Because the error in density relatively is given by, forget the constant, whenever constant comes, forget it. Take the first quantity which is delta m by m, then the second quantity which is delta r by r, relative errors, then delta l by l. All these are relative errors of each quantity multiplied with the positive value of the power. The power value is 1, the power value is 2. Always take the positive value like I said, and the positive value of the power is 1 over here. So just do this, you will get the answer. So over here, delta m means error in the mass, which is basically 0.002 divided by mass. Original mass is 0.4. This is the error, this is the most predictable mass. 2 into delta r, the error is basically, what is it, 0.001. The whole thing divided by 0.3 plus delta L by L, which is nothing but 0.02 divided by 5. 0.02 divided by 5. So this will give me delta rho by rho, but this is relative error. This is a relative error. I want the percentage error. If I want to convert this into percentage, just take this whole thing and multiply by 100. You will get the answer in percentage. You will basically get the answer in percentage. Yes, that's all you need to do. So just calculate this and see what is the answer that you are getting. You should get it close enough to 1.6. You should get it close enough to 1.6. Did you understand the method? Right? The whole aim of this video is to make you understand the method, to make you understand the solution, how to approach, why we are doing it. After that, I hope that you are going to practice all these questions at least once. Yeah, please practice these questions also again one more time so that it is there in your head. Even if you have solved it, practice it one more time. I'm telling you, these kind of questions are going to come in your NEET 24. You don't want to have any regret that why I did not practice. I could have done this. I'm telling you, it's very easy to get 600 plus 650 plus. Just practice these questions. It's going to help you a lot. Okay. Next, the physical quantity which has the same dimensional formula as the pressure. Very interesting question. Let's see if you can spam the answer in the chat box. Very easy one. Is it viscosity coefficient? Is it force? Is it momentum? Or is it the Young's modulus of elasticity? This is a standard, kind of question. Which two formulas have the same dimension? Which two formulas have the same units? These kind of questions are also very common. In this case, I feel it should be Young's modulus, because Young's modulus is nothing but stress by strain. Strain is a dimensionless quantity. Stress is measured in Pascal. It is measured in Pascal or Newton per meter square. So Young's modulus is also measured in Pascal, which is the unit of pressure. Very good, Pranav, Lakshmi, Tejushri, Navya, Krishna. Awesome, Lata, awesome, crazy dude, JK. Very good, Puturi, Shami. Awesome, my dear warriors. You guys are rocking it really. Yes, the answer is D, Young's modulus. You would have definitely cracked NEET 2022. But you have to crack NEET 2024 also. Percentage error in the measurement of G is how much? If length is this, time is this. They have already given the formula. Actually, this formula need not be given. You can find it out using time period is nothing but your 2 pi root of L by G. You modify this, you will get this. So if you know this, you can get this. Anyways, they have given that. The question is, what is the percentage error? Whenever a physical quantity is given in terms of other quantities, write the constants first. Then express it in powers. Length raised to 1, t raised to minus 2. Once that job is done, write the relative error formula. Delta G by G is, forget the constants, the relative error in the first quantity, relative error in the second quantity, the positive power, which is 1 in this case, positive power, which is 2 in this case, and then add it. The question is on percentage. The question is on percentage. So whatever you get over here, you multiply by 100. That's all you need to do, my dear students. So what is delta L? Delta L is the error, which is 0.1. What is L? The actual measured length, which is 10, plus 2 into time, which had an error of 1 and the original value as 100. This whole thing basically, again, you multiply by 100. Whatever answer you get, you will get it in percentage. Is that right? Just check it if you're getting D for doctor. D for doctor from IIMS Delhi. Are you getting it? Very good, Navya Lakshmi. Excellent, Anu. Very good. Amazing. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. Let's go to the next question coming up on your screen. Right. Here is the question. The dimension of M, L, T raised to minus 2, A raised to minus 2. Whosoever said this question was very sadist, because they wanted to trouble the students. Because you can't remember the dimensional formula for every single quantity, you actually end up deriving it. A better question could have been, they have given magnetic flux, what's the dimensional formula of that? Doing that is easy. But dimensional formula is given and quantities are here. That's a painful process. You have no other option but to either eliminate few things or find out the formula for this, then this, then this, and then this. And unlucky will be those students who have seen that the correct answer is D. That means you have to check all the 3 options first, then only you will get the D option. Okay, if it comes out first, then you are saved. You can save the time for checking for the rest of the 3 options. Understood? So how to check this is magnetic flux first. How do we find a dimensional formula for magnetic flux? Magnetic flux is nothing but, you can say, it's a magnetic field into area. It's magnetic field into area. That is the formula for magnetic flux. Now magnetic field, what you can do, think of some formula like mu naught into I by 2r. But again, over there, mu naught's dimensional formula you don't know. Instead, use this. Force is ILB. Force is ILB. So B is force by IL. B is nothing but, B is nothing but force by IL. So that's how you can write it. Now the dimensional formula of force, mass raised to 1, length raised to 1, t raised to minus 2. This is area, so this is length square. And then the dimensional formula of current will be ampere, right, raised to 1, and length is basically L only. So that way you can find a dimensional formula for flux. Then how to find a dimensional formula for self-inductance? How to find a dimensional formula for self-inductance? You can use this. Energy stored is half L I square. So L will be nothing but 2U by I square. 2U by I square. So the dimensional formula for self-inductance will be 2 is a constant. This is energy. So M raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to minus 2. The whole thing divided by current, which is ampere square. That will give you the dimensional formula for the self-inductance. Then magnetic permeability. Then basically magnetic permeability. How do you find out the dimensional formula for magnetic permeability? Which formula is the best one? Think about it. Which formula is the best one to find it out? Think about it. We have so many things. Magnetic field is mu naught I by 2r. Magnetic field is mu naught into current by 2r example. This B, I can write it as force by current into length, because force is ILB. Force is ILB. So B will be force by IL. That is the magic that I have used. Okay, now you just substitute over here mu naught I by 2r, take it on the other side. So mu naught will be force into 2 into r divided by IL, and what else you have? IL is there, mu naught is there. This current will come 2 times. Yes, current into current will make it I squared, correct, and 2FR. That's it. Now R and L have the same dimensions, they will anyways cancel. So dimension of mu naught will be dimension of force m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. Dimension of R is basically length. Then over here ampere square. Then over here basically length. So again solve it, you will get for basically your mu naught. Similarly, you can also do for epsilon naught as well. Epsilon naught as well. What is the formula that you can think of for finding the permittivity's dimensional formula? Permittivity's dimensional formula. You can use this. U is, or rather energy per unit volume is half epsilon naught electric field square. This big formula also you can use. Yep. Or best is you can use this one. Force is nothing but 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught charge square into r square. So basically epsilon naught will be 1 by 4 pi q, which I can write it as basically current into time whole square divided by force into r square. So the dimensional formula of epsilon naught will be current is nothing but ampere, so ampere square. Time is basically t, so t square, whole thing divided by force, which is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2, r is distance, so L square. That will give you the dimensional formula for epsilon naught. Now out of these 4, I think one of the options will match, and just check if it is option C, magnetic permeability. Option C, which is magnetic permeability. Right over here you can see LL gets cancelled. M1 L1 T raised to minus 2 A raised to minus 2. Yes, exactly, it is matching. M1 L1 T raised to minus 2 A raised to minus 2. Perfect. This is matching, guys. This is matching. M1 L1 and T raised to minus 2 and A raised to minus 2. So this is the correct option, definitely, for mu naught. Understood? So this is the lengthy problem, but it will take away time. It will give you the answer. You need to be prepared for solving this for a longer time. That's all I would say. Okay. Next, plane angle and solid angle have basically any angle. If I talk about 5 degrees, 10 radians, pi radians, solid angle also is in sterdians. What are they? They have units, no dimensions, no units. What do you think is the right answer for that? Angle is measured in degrees and radians. What is degree and radian? It is unit. But do they have dimension? Do they have dimension? No, right? Everybody, do they have dimension? No, right? Yes, perfect. So they don't have any kind of dimension. Exactly. So they are dimensionless quantities. You can prove it like this also. Length is equal to r theta. Dimension of L, length of the arc is L. Radius is also measured in length. What will be the dimensional formula for angle? It will be nothing. It is a dimensionless quantity. So it has no dimension. But it has units. Like plane angle is measured in degree or basically radian. This is measured in sterdian and so on and so forth. Moving on to the next one. Oops, I showed the answer. Anyways, the area of a rectangle is how much? Of length this much, breadth this much after rounding off for the correct significant digits. This is very important. See, area is nothing but length into breadth. Length is 55.3, breadth is 25. So the area which will come out might have many decimal places, many significant figures, but you need to make sure it is up to the right significant figures. Whenever you have multiplication, count the significant figures in each quantity. 1, 2, 3 over here. This has 2. So this is the least amount of minimum significant figures out of the 2. So the final answer should also have 2 significant figures only. Here there are 3 significant figures. Here there are 4 significant figures. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 significant figures. Here this has 2 significant figures. Don't even calculate. Directly you will mark option D. Yes, Metanchi. Yes, Meenanchi. Very good. Haramjot Kaur. Very good, Harshida. Exactly, the least significant. Yes, Dr. Hussain, very good Krishna, very good Vishal. That is the correct answer. When you are multiplying or dividing, least significant figures. When you are adding or subtracting, then the least decimal place. So that's how the things change for multiplication division versus addition subtraction. E and G are energy and gravitational constant. Then what is the dimension of this? This is energy, this is gravitational constant, right? So what is the dimensional formula of E by G? So let's write down E divided by G. Now there are few things which we can do. We know gravitational potential energy will have same dimensions as energy. So why not write it like this? Gravitational potential energy formula is G m1 m2. So G m1 m2 divided by basically R, and this G is there below. G will cancel. What am I left with? M1 m2 divided by R. M1 m2 divided by R. Everybody with me on this? Understood what I just did? Perfect. Very nice. So now this dimensions of E by G will be the dimension of mass into mass, which is m raised to 2 upon the dimension of basically length. Is there some option? Yes, I think B option is matching. You can see exactly B option. M's power is 2, length's power is -1. There is nothing of time. Many students ended up finding G's dimensional formula and put it over here. No, don't do that. First simplify, then solve. This was easy to first simplify. I remember gravitational energy formula is G m1 m2 by R. So G will get cancelled. I realized it. And that's when it becomes easy. Did you love this trick? Yeah? Smash the like button if you have not done that yet already. Next one. A screw gauge gives the following readings. Main scale 0 and circular scale 52. Given that 1 millimeter corresponds to 100 divisions on the circular scale, the diameter of the wire from the above data is how much? So 1 millimeter is 1 millimeter main scale division is equal to 100 circular scale division. Therefore, 1 circular scale division will be 1 millimeter divided by 100. Therefore, the least count of that screw gauge is 1 millimeter divided by 100, which is 0.01 millimeter, right? That is what it is. Now, the main scale reading is this much, circular scale reading is this much. Then what is the diameter? The diameter of the wire is main scale reading plus the least count multiplied by the circular scale reading. The main scale reading is 0 millimeters. The least count is 0.01 millimeters into the circular scale reading, that is basically 52. So hence the answer will be 0.52 millimeters. 0.52 millimeters is 0.052 centimeters. 0.052, this is centimeters. Hence option A. How many of you wrote A for Ames? Very good, Krishna. Very good, Harmanjot. Awesome. Hello Aryan. Hello Elamati. Very good, Pratyusha. Awesomeness. Perfecto. Perfecto. Great. Let's move to the next question on your screen. Force, acceleration, time are chosen as fundamental quantities. What do you think is the dimension of energy? Basically, you have to derive something. You have to derive something over here. See, how do I express energy in terms of force, acceleration and time? That is what you need to think. So energy, let's say I call it U, is equal to some constant or some force raised to some power, let's say X, into acceleration raised to some power Y constant, and time raised to some power, let's say Z, something like that. So I don't know what are these powers. You just need to write the dimensional formula and derive it. That's all. What is the dimensional formula for energy? It is mass raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to -2. Force is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to -2 raised to X. Acceleration is L raised to 1, T raised to -2 raised to Y. Time is just T only, so T raised to Z. Now what will happen is this will become m raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to -2 is equal to, first figure out the power of m. I think m is there only one time, so m raised to x is there. length is there here, length raised to x, length is there here, so L raised to y is also there, and no length on that side. Time is there over here, so it is minus 2x, then minus 2y, and then plus z. That's the final simplification which we can do by bringing all the lengths, times and masses together. Now the powers should be equal on both sides, that's all. The powers should be equal on both sides. So for mass, here and here, the power should be equal. So x value is directly 1 by comparison. X value is directly 1 by comparison. Same thing you can do for length also. The power of length here is 2. Here it should be also 2 only. So x plus y should be 2. But x is 1. X is 1. So therefore, what do you get? Y is equal to 1. Y is equal to 1. So force power is 1. Acceleration's power is also 1 only. The only thing left is times power. So hence, last thing which you are going to do, my dear warriors, is compare time over here and compare time over here. Here the power is minus 2. So this will be minus 2x minus 2y plus z. So basically your x is nothing but 1 and your y is nothing but also 1, and that will give me z. So minus 2 cancels. So z's power will be 2. So times power is basically 2. That will give me option C. Force is raised to 1, acceleration is also raised to 1, and z is 2, means time is raised to 2. That is option C. Yes, C for Captain Shreyas. Perfect. Got it? Understood how to solve this? These are dimensional formula based questions. Dimensional analysis. Very, very important. Moving ahead to the next one. Dimension of stress is how much? The dimension of stress is basically how much? That's the question. This is having the same unit. The unit of stress is basically Newton per meter square. So from this you can get the dimension. Newton is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. Meter square means length square. So which is the correct option? M raised to 1, L raised to minus 1. So this will become m raised to 1. L square and L cancels. L raised to minus 1, T raised to minus 2. So which is that one? Again C option. This was asked in NEET 2020. Yes. Thank you Sandy Pooja class. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Okay. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. Taking into account the significant figures, what is the value of 9.99 minus 0.0099? This was asked in NEET 2020. Simple subtraction, but you have to take into account the significant figures or the decimal places. So minus 0.0099. What do you think the answer should contain? It should only contain maximum 2 decimal places. It should contain maximum 2 decimal places. It can't contain more than that. Everybody agree? Because whenever you add and subtract, what matters is the decimal places. So there are 2 decimal places here. There are 4 decimal places here. The final answer should have 2 decimal places. You don't even have to solve the problem. Directly look over here. There are 3. There is 1. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. And here there are 2 decimal places. Naturally, the answer should be 1 only. Yes, it is option A for AIIMS Delhi. Even if you don't solve it, you can still get it. Got it? The final answer should have been rounded off to 2 decimal places. So the answer will be, after rounding off, will be 9.98. Exactly. Moving on to the next one. A screw gauge has least count of this much. 50 divisions on the circular scale. The pitch of the screw gauges. The pitch of the screw gauge is, for one rotation, how much does it move? Because it has a least count of this much. Okay, and there are 50 divisions on the circular scale. So think about it this way. Your least count formula actually was the pitch upon the circular scale divisions. This was the actual formula of the least count for a micrometer screw gauge. So pitch I know already, the pitch I want to know, that will be nothing but least count multiplied by the number of circular scale divisions. The least count is 0.01 multiplied by the number of circular scale divisions is nothing but 50. Exactly. So what will happen? This is all in millimeters. Be careful. This is all in millimeters. This was in millimeters. So this is also in millimeters. So what will the answer be? Shift the decimal places, guys. What is the answer going to be? It's going to be point. How much? 0.5 mm. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. Awesome, guys. 0.5 mm. Excellent, guys. Very good. Many of you have given the correct answer and I'm really proud of all of you. You guys are cracking it literally. Moving on to the next one. The energy required to break one bond in DNA is this much joules. The value in electron volt is nearly. Was there a decimal place or something? Okay, I think this was joules to electron volt conversion. I'm not really sure if there was a decimal here or not. I think it is 10 to the power minus 20. I think the energy was 10 into 10 to the power minus 20 joules. So if you want to convert it into electron volt, what do you do is divided by 1.6. So 10 to the power minus 20 divided by 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. This is in electron volt. This is in electron volt. Is that right? Everybody with me on this? Exactly. So just see what is the correct option that is matching over here. Just see what is the correct option which is going to match over here. This will be 10 to the power minus 19. This will be 10 to the power minus 20. 10 to the power minus 1 will remain. And this will be 1.6. So you can also write it as 1 by 1.6 and this 10 will be over here. So this will be 1 by 16. So take the decimal places. Just check what is the correct answer going to be, guys. Think what is it going to come close to? Think what is it going to come close to? 100 is divisible. Just make it 100. 16 6 96. So you have to put 2 zeros. So it will be 0.06. Yes, it will be 0.06. Close enough to that. Because 16 6 96. So yes, the answer should be B. Let's check it out. Yes, it is B. Yes, very good. Awesomeness. B for biology. Yes, B for biology. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Very good. Let's move on to the next question on your screen now. In an experiment, the percentage errors in the quantities A, B, C, D are 1, 2, 3, 4%. What is the maximum error in this? Guys, X is measured as A raised to 2, B raised to half, C raised to 1 by 3, D raised to 3. So write X as A raised to 2, B raised to half, bring everything on the top, C raised to minus 1 by 3, D raised to basically 3. So the error relative in X will be percentage wise. The percentage error in A relatively will be delta A by A, then you have delta B by B, then you have delta C by C, and then you have delta D by D. You multiply by the positive powers, 2, then half, then 1 by 3, and then 3. And you just put the values. Just put the values. Error in A is basically 1. Error in B is basically 2. Error in C is basically 3. And error in D is how much? 4. Just see how much is it coming out to be, guys. 2 plus 1 will make it 4. And that should come out to be 16. Just check it out. Is it coming out to be 16? This number comes out to be 16. So option A should be correct. Option A should be correct. Exactly. Very nice. Many of you got it. Many of you got it. Well, let's move on to the next one coming up on your screen. Oh, wow. We have completed units and dimensions already. You should feel proud about yourself, guys. Just staying over here, watching this class. You are covering all the PYQs of the last 5 years. We have also included the PYQs, by the way, of Manipur. Remember, there was an exam postponement which happened, right? So there was an extra NEET paper which we got. So there are a lot of questions. So, you know, whatever we say, we actually deliver more than that. So that's the best part about attending the classes over here. If we commit on to something, we will do it, right? So moving on to the next question coming up on your screen on kinematics. Get ready for it, my dear students. Get ready for it. This is a question on position of a particle which is dependent on time. You can see time is there here in ij components. K component is a constant. Time is in seconds, r is in meter. Find the magnitude and the direction of velocity at 1 second with respect to the x-axis. So first of all, velocity. Velocity, how do you find? By differentiating position. So dr by dt. dr by dt. So you just have to differentiate 4t I cap plus 2t square j cap plus 5k cap. That's all. So derivative of 4t will be 4 because times derivative is 1 plus 2 into derivative of 2t, t square is 2t, so that is j cap. 5 is a constant, so 0, nothing in k direction. So the velocity will be 4 I cap plus 4 t j cap. That is your in general velocity. But the velocity at t is equal to 1. Velocity at t is equal to 1. Substitute time as 1. It will become 4 I cap plus 4 j cap. Oh, it's just having equal components in both the directions, meaning there is 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. So the resultant velocity will be like this, and that magnitude will be 4 root 2, because you can use Pythagoras. So 4 root 2 meters per second. And what should this angle be, my dear students? It should be 45 degree, equal, right? Isosceles triangle it is. Equal. So 45 degrees and 4 root 2 meters per second. Is that right, everybody? Understood? Oh, clear? Oh, perfecto. Awesome. Awesome. Let's move on to the next question coming up on the screen. The vehicle goes some distance with some speed. Remaining distance with 2v speed. What is the average speed? Draw the diagram. Don't just say, sir, v1 plus v2 by 2. I'll give you one dead slap. Guys, so half the distance, let's say the distance is x, speed is v. The remaining half, which is also x, the speed is 2v. So to find out average speed is the total distance upon the total time. Total distance upon the total time. Total distance is x plus x. Now time, remember, time is nothing but distance divided by speed. Time, distance, speed formula you have learnt in 9th standard. So time from here to here will be how much? This distance by this speed. Time from here to here will be how much? That distance by that speed, right? So I think x will cancel, so it will become 1 plus 1 divided by 1 by v plus 1 by 2v. So 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 by v plus 1 by 2v. That will become 3 by 2v. Goes on the top, it will become 4v by 3. 4v by 3 is option C. Yes, it is correct. Yes, it is correct. Option C. Very good. Prakash, B3, Madra, awesome Anu, very good 80, very good Ilamati. I'm so happy to see all the students who have got reactivated. I'm so happy to see all the students who are probably new to the channel or maybe just waiting for these PYQ classes. I'm so happy to see all the new names answering in the chat box, because I think all these names are going to be seen in my slide next year when I'm going to be teaching 2025 students. They will be our superstars. You guys are going to be our superstars. I think you will no longer be names. I think you will be photographs very soon. And the photographs on this slide over here, where 2025 students are going to see all of you. Isn't it? Aren't you feeling something in your body? Crazy, right? It is blowing your mind. Imagine the feeling when it actually happens. It's going to literally be the happiest moment of your life. So don't give up, guys. Full Josh, full energy, and get all your friends, because this is the #1 English channel in the entire country for NEET students. Keep that in mind. The position time graph for the positive acceleration is positive acceleration. Positive acceleration. Think about it. Positive acceleration means you are increasing the velocity. That means the slope should increase. Velocity increases. Velocity increases. For position time, velocity is nothing but the slope. So the slope should increase. It should become steeper. Constant slope. Constant slope. Decreasing slope. Check this out. Decreasing slope. Here, slope is increasing. So I think it should be option number 1. Yes, it is option number 1. Slope should be increasing, velocity increases, acceleration will be positive. A is more than 0. You are increasing the velocity. Perfect. Next, ball is thrown from A. Speed, angle given. at the highest point the velocity of the ball will be? Guys, at the highest point the vertical velocity is 0, the horizontal velocity is the initial velocity in the horizontal direction, which is u cos theta. If you remember the formula, u is 20, cos of basically 60, cos 60 is basically half, so I think it should be 10. Is there an option like 10? Yes, there is, which is D for doctor. Excellente guys, excellente. Proud of all of you. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen, and here it is. The particle is executing uniform circular motion with some velocity and acceleration. Which of the following is true? Uniform velocity and acceleration. Which of the following is true? Think about it. Velocity is constant, acceleration is not constant, etc. So many things is given. So many things is given. So when you are going in a circular path, what happens? Your velocity once is here, then it is here, then it is here. Isn't the velocity changing the direction? Direction is not a constant, but magnitude is constant. I agree. Magnitude is constant. Similarly, what about the acceleration? Centripetal acceleration is here, then it is here, then it is here. Even the acceleration is having a direction which is not constant, but the magnitude is a constant. As a vector it is not constant, as a vector also it is not constant, so definitely it is not a constant, even the acceleration and even the velocity. So I think it should be option number B for biology, and yes, it is option number B. B for Bombay, B for biology. Yes, proud of all of you guys. You guys have answered it rightly. Proud of all of you. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen now. A bullet is fired from a gun at the speed of 280 in 30 degrees above the horizontal maximum height. Direct formula based question, NEET 2023. Height formula is a u square sine square theta. Come on, revise with me by 2g. Revise with me guys. Open your notes quickly if you have forgotten. U is 280 square sine square 30 divided by 2 into g. Do the math, you will get it. 28 square into 100, sine 30 is half, and this 2 and this 10. Just do the math and see what is it that you're getting. Are you getting it close to 1000 meters? Just check it out. Are you getting it close to 1000 meters? Then that is the correct answer. The maximum height attained by the bullet. Yes. B for Bombay again, B for biology again. Very nice, very nice. Proud of all of you. Direct application of formula asked in NEET 2023. Expect the same in NEET 2024. Horizontal bridge is built across a river. A student standing on the bridge throws a small ball vertically up with a velocity 4. The ball strikes the water surface after 4 seconds. The bridge above the water surface is. First draw the diagram, you will understand it. Imagine this is the bridge like this, and the water is over here. The water is over here. The boy is going to throw the ball up with what speed? 4 meters per second. It will go up like this and it will fall down, and it strikes the water surface at 4 seconds. The question is, what is the height of the bridge? So let's say we will assume the height as h. Let's say we'll assume the height as h. I think I know speed, I know time, I know acceleration. The only thing I don't know is displacement, which is the height. Let me use s is nothing but ut plus half at square, taking downwards as positive direction. Taking downwards as positive. You can also take upwards as positive. It's not like, sir, is it wrong if I take upwards as positive? You can take anything as positive or negative, but stick to it for the entire equation. Not like LHS is positive upwards, RHS is positive downwards. That will give you a wrong answer. Because upwards I have taken as positive, let's say in this case. I was here, I am finally here, I have displaced down. Forget the distance. S is always displacement. What is S? Displacement, not distance. So directly join a straight line. Directly join a straight line. What is the displacement? Isn't it minus h? What is the speed? It is 4. What is the time? It is also 4. Okay. Plus acceleration. It's downwards, so it will be minus 10. And time is nothing but 4. So 4 square over here. Understood, my dear students, what I just did? I've just substituted with proper sign convention. So sign convention is very important in kinematics. That's it. So 4 4s are 16. 4 square 16. 16 by 2 is basically 8. 8 into 10 is 80. So this will become minus 80. So basically h will become 80 minus 16. So what will h become, my dear warriors? What will h become, my dear warriors? 64. Everybody with me? 64 meters? Yes, that is the answer. That is the answer. Here it was minus h. I shifted the minus sign on the other side. So it became 80 minus 16. That's the answer. Direct application of kinematic equations in one single equation, you got it. This is standard question. Distance traveled in 1 second, second, 3rd second, 4th second by free falling body is always how? If in the first second it travels x, next second it will travel 3x, next second it will travel 5x, next second it will travel 7x. Always in the ratio of odd numbers. This was asked in NEET 2022. C option is correct. If you get such a question, you will be so blessed, you will be so happy, right? You will jump with joy, I think. You will jump with joy if you get such a question, isn't it? Right? You will always pray for such easy questions. The displacement graph of two moving particles making angle 30 degree and 45 degree with the x-axis is shown. The ratio of the respective velocity is. Now this is position time, displacement time graph. So you should check the slope to measure the velocity. Velocity is the slope of your position versus the time graph or displacement time graph. So if I write velocity 1 by velocity 2, slope is nothing but tan of the angle made with the horizontal line. So it will be tan of something upon tan of something. The first graph, if I call it 45 degrees, the next graph is basically 30 degrees. Tan 45 is 1, tan 30 is 1 by root 3. So it will become root 3. So that's it. Now the thing is, I am not sure which was the first one, which was the second one. So I have just taken, this as the first one and this as the second one. But I think the diagram is not complete. If it has been given, this is 1 and this is 2. If this is 1 and this is 2, then this would be V2 and obviously this would be V1. So this would be V2 by V1. So V1 by V2 will then be 1 by root 3, which would be then option D. So I think while copy pasting here, that 1 and 2, who is it, is not pasted, but in the actual paper it was pasted, and then you can easily get the answer. Next question. A ball is thrown by a player at some speed, some angle above the horizontal maximum height. Guys, same question got repeated if you notice. Same question, we just did it right over here. Where did it go? Yeah, see, height, maximum height. Only the data has changed in 2023 and 2022. So guys, you can see that same kind of questions do get repeated. Just have to use the same formula, u square sine square theta by 2g. That is why solving PYQs, solving your PYQs is very, very important, because same model of questions, what will happen? They will get repeated. They will get repeated. Yes, that is why it is so important to solve these questions again and again. Very good. Very good. Let's move to the next one coming up on your screen. A ball is projected at certain angle, its speed at the highest point. Do you see again same model got repeated over here? Same model got repeated over here. This was in NEET 2022. Okay, it's going to take a lot of time because there are a lot of slides, I guess. Wow, by the time I click it, it's gone. See, where was it? Just over here. Just see this question. What is the velocity of the ball at the highest point? Same question, right? But values have been changed. That's all. The values have been changed. So that is why you should solve PYQs. The answer will be nothing but 10 cos 60. 10 cos 60, right? The ball is projected but an angle. Now, the only problem over here is, here it was mentioned with vertical direction. Many people did not read it and that's why they got the wrong answer. Understand, it is 10 meters per second, but the angle is here. So the actual angle with the ground is 30 degree. So if you write 10 cos 60, that will be wrong. That will be wrong, you need to be little bit careful. You should write 10 cos 30 degrees. That is the correct angle, my dear warriors. So that is the velocity at the topmost point, which will make it 10 root 3 by 2, which is 5 root 3, which should be option B. Yes, it is. Understood? How one small word will change the answer, will give you negative marks, and after the exam hall, even if you had studied the topic, just because you made a silly mistake, you were in a hurry, or you overlooked this word, you will get negative marks. So it was with the vertical, not the horizontal. This angle always is with the horizontal. Keep this in mind. Next one coming up on your screen. A particle is moving in a circular path of radius r, speed, time to complete one revolution. If the particle were projected with the same speed at an angle theta to the horizontal, the maximum height attained by it equals to 4 times of r. The angle of projection theta and the is given by what? Okay, so there is a particle which is going in a circular path with a radius r, and it takes time t to complete one revolution. So for the circular motion, can I say time period is 2 pi r by v? Therefore v is nothing but time is distance by speed. So velocity is also distance by time. So 2 pi r by t is the velocity. This is what I can say for the circular motion. Now let's talk about the projectile motion. You throw the projectile with that speed, it goes like this, like this. There is some height which it goes up by. The question is, the maximum height is 4r. This height is given to be 4r. Okay, this height is given to be 4r. So 4r is that height, and the height formula is v square sine square theta by nothing but your 2g. So 4r will be v square, that means this square. So it will be 4 pi square r square divided by t square sine square theta. We want to find that sine theta, in fact. So sine square theta divided by 2g. Notice what and all will get cancelled. 4, then one of the r got cancelled. That's about it. And yeah, you can see that this 4 and this 4, this r and this r just got cancelled. So therefore, from this you can find the value of sine square theta. T square is there on the top, 2 is there on the top, g is there on the top. Below you have pi square and r, that's it. So this is sine square. So sine theta will be root of this. So sine theta would be root of this. So t and pi will come outside the root. T and pi will come outside the root. 2g by r will be there inside. 2g by r will be there inside. So theta will be sine inverse of that, which you can see exactly is option number A. Yeah. So it is scary if you look at the options. But if you look at the actual solution, it is not that scary. One is circular motion, simple. Speed is circumference by time. Second is height formula, u square sine square theta by 2g. Only these two formulas are there, nothing else is there. Rest all is just solving it till you get the answer. So sometimes looking at the options you might get scared, but don't look at it so much. Okay, just go with the flow, just go with the solution. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Yes, A for Andhra Pradesh, A for AIMS. Perfect. A small block slides down a smooth incline starting from rest. Sn be the distance traveled by the block in the time interval n-1 to n. What is the ratio? Direct formula, guys. Displacement in the nth second is u plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. So what is Sn minus 1? U plus a by 2. Instead of n, just put n minus 1. Instead of n, you put n minus 1. That's it. Now you just have to take the ratio. So Sn by Sn minus 1 will be 0, 0, nothing will happen. A by 2 will cancel. 2n minus 1, the whole thing divided by 2n minus 2 minus 1. So this will become 2n minus 1. Oh, sorry, that was n plus 1, my bad, not n minus 1. This was n plus 1, so this will be also plus 1. And over here, this would be 2n plus 2. So 2n plus 2 minus 1 is 2n plus 1, right? That's it. So 2n minus 1 upon 2n plus 1, that is option number C. Yes, that is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Yeah. Star DDPA Center, we are having the crash course, my dear student, and that crash course is for barely 1999 rupees. It includes the mock test as well as the discussions, as well as part test, full syllabus, and all India rank mock tests. All these parts are included in that crash. It's at the price of the test series which is paid in the market 1999. You're also getting the Tattva material, you're also getting assignments, and also you're getting lectures. So please check it out. The link is there in the description. It's just for 1999 rupees. Okay, you can use that material. That will be better than just downloading some random free, test material. A car starts from rest and accelerates at 5. Time 4 seconds. Ball is dropped out of a window by a person sitting in the car. What is the velocity and the acceleration of the ball at t is equal to 6 seconds? One thing is clear. Acceleration will never change. It is going to be a constant, and that constant will always be 10. So there is only one option like that. There is only one option like that. It should be option A. You don't even have to solve it for the velocity. Getting my point? Why will you break your head for velocity? But yeah, if two options were there with 10, then you had to solve it. So because you are dropping it out of a window at 4 seconds, right? It comes down only for 2 seconds. It will get a velocity in the y direction, which will be given by uy plus ay into t. This is 0. Acceleration is 10. Time taken is 2 seconds. So 20 meters per second it will have in the vertical direction. It will also have some velocity in the horizontal direction. And from 0 seconds to 4 seconds, it was accelerating at 5 meters per second square. At 4 seconds, what will the velocity be? It will be having this velocity ux plus ax into t. Ux is 0, acceleration is 5, time is 4. So that is also 20 meters per second. So 20 down, 20 right, 20 down, 20 right. So the net velocity will be like this. The net velocity will be like this, which will be root of x component square plus y component square, which is 20 root 2 meters per second, which is exactly this answer. So you didn't have to do this math because the acceleration was there only in one option. Nothing else was matching. If otherwise, you will solve it like this. Because you are dropping it, it will have vertical component. Because it was accelerating before, it will also have horizontal component. Why only 4 seconds here? Because only till 4 seconds, the ball was accelerated with the car. After that, you did not push it. It left the car. So only 4 seconds for the horizontal motion. After you drop from 4 seconds to 6 seconds, it fell only for 2 seconds. So the vertical fall is only for 2 seconds. That's why time is 2 over here. If that was the doubt in your mind. Is that right? Shall we move ahead? Perfect. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. A ball is thrown vertically down with some speed from the top of a tower. It hits the ground after some time with a velocity of 80. The height of the tower is. The height of the tower is. Okay. So what do we do in this particular question? Your ball is thrown vertically down with a velocity of 20. So you show the diagram. This is 20 meters per second and it is going to fall. Height I don't know, and it hits the ground with a speed of 80 meters per second. Which is the equation that you will use? Time is not given, so don't use first equation or second equation. Use the third equation, which is v square is u square plus 2as. Final velocity 80, initial velocity 20, acceleration 10, displacement h. So basically 80 square minus 20 square, bring it, is equal to 2 into 10, which is 20, bring it down over here, that is the height. 8 square 64, so 6400 minus 400 divided by 20 is equal to h, that will be 6000 divided by 20. So that will be 600 divided by 2. So height should be 300 meters, which is option C, I believe. Just check this out. Yes, it is option number C. Is that right? Got it? Because time was not given, that is why I stuck to the third equation. Or else I would have gone to some other equation. Cool? Great. Let's move to the next question coming up on your screen. The speed of a swimmer in still water is 20 meters per second. The speed of river water is 10 meters per second and is flowing due east. If he is standing on the south bank and wishes to cross the river along the shortest path, the angle at which he should make the strokes with respect to north is given by, think about it. Now, in this, first draw the diagram. He wants to cross the river and the shortest path is given. That means from here, he has to go like this. So, the angle at which he is going to make his strokes will definitely be against the strokes partially. The river will pull him like this. That is the reason why his resultant velocity will be like this. Okay. What is the speed of the river? The river is flowing with a speed of 10 meters per second. What is the speed of the swimmer in the water? That is 20. Okay. The question is, at what angle should he make his strokes with respect to the north? Now, if you realize one simple thing, this is north, this is east, this is west, this is south. The river is flowing east, right? And he's standing on the south bank. Yes, this is the south bank, this is the north bank. So what is this angle going to be? This theta. I can see sine theta, which is opposite by hypotenuse, is 10 by 20, which is half. So theta is 30 degrees. I'm so sorry. Theta is basically 30 degrees exactly. So 30 degrees west of north, that should be the answer. Yes, it is. It is 30 degrees the west of north. It is in this direction. It is making 30 degrees to the west of the north direction. Perfect. Perfect. Moving ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. When an object is shot from the bottom of a long, smooth, inclined plane kept at 60 degree with the horizontal, it can travel a distance x1 along the plane. But when the inclination is decreased to 30 degree, the same object is shot with the same velocity, it can travel x2 distance. Then x1 is to x2 will be. So think of it this way. There is this inclined plane. You are throwing this object like this with some speed. And this is basically your theta. It goes like this and stops over here. Why does it stop? Why does it stop over here? Because it is retarding, and the retardation will be g sine theta. And this entire journey, let's say, is nothing but distance x. Entire journey is nothing but distance x. Can I find the relationship between the x and the theta? Yes. X is my displacement. It will be ut plus half a t square. Initial speed, if I take it as u. Oh, but wait a minute. I want distance, I want speed, I want acceleration. I don't want time. Why not use v square is u square plus 2s. V square is u square plus 2as. That will be better because I don't want time. Final velocity is 0. Initial velocity u. Acceleration minus g sine theta. Displacement x. Bring this here. So 2g sine theta into x is basically u square. That means from all these things you can see g is constant, 2 is constant, u is constant. Sine theta into x is a constant. Therefore sine, what is it? First angle was how much? 60. So sine 60 into x1 will be sine 30 into x2. That's it. Sine 60 root 3 by 2. x1 as it is. Sine 30 is half. That is x2. Half cancels. So x1 by x2. How much will it be, guys? x1 by x2. How much will it be? It will be 1 by root 3. 1 by root 3 is option C. Just check it out. Yes, it is option number C. Everybody with me? Understood? Clear? Perfecto? Can we go ahead? Excellente. Proud of all of you. So remember, in such ratio questions, I have seen what people do is they find x1 solving the problem for 60 degree. Again they solve the problem for 30 degree and then they find x2 and then they divide and then they get the final answer. Do not do this because you are doing the same thing double times, 2 times for 30 and 60. Why? Instead, what I did it only once. I applied the kinematic equation, I drew the diagram, I took a general formula. And the moment I got how theta is related to x, then writing for x1, x2, 60, 30 becomes very easy. It is just 3-step problem, 3-line problem after that. Got it? Why we need to solve it for the relationship first and then substitute the individual specific values x1, x2, 30, 60. Or else you will be doing the same thing 2 times. A particle going with some velocity is acted by 3 forces. The velocity of the particle will be, if you answer this question, NEET 2024 is in your court. NEET 2024 is in your court. You will 100% be in a good college. Come on. What is the answer? What is the answer? Look at the direction of the arrow marks. Starts from here, goes here. Starts from here, goes here. Starts from here, goes here. It's a complete triangle. The net resultant will be basically 0. So, if the net force acting on it is 0, that means by Newton's first law, what should happen? That the acceleration is 0 and the velocity will be a constant. That means the velocity should not change in direction nor in magnitude. Hence, option A for Andhra, for AFMC, for AIMS, you name it. Exactly. Very good, Malia. Very good, Pratibha, Madhumita, Paul, Krishna. Very good, Kishore, Mohammad Salis, Raji. Very good, Aline. Awesome, Dr. Elamati. Very good. I can see many of you are going to be proud doctors very soon. Moving on to Newton's laws and friction. Wow, 2 chapters done, all the PYQs. Isn't it fun, guys, like this? Isn't it fun? Okay. A block of mass 2 kg is placed on an inclined rough surface AC as shown. Coefficient of friction is mu. G is basically 10. The net force in Newton of the block will be how much? That's the question. Okay, let's try to do this problem. First of all, see, coefficient of friction is given and the block is basically is just placed on the rough surface. That's it, nothing is happening. So, you don't even have to draw the free body diagram as such. All this information, 1 by root 3, 30 degree, this mass, that angle is useless. Whatever forces will be there, they will end up cancelling each other because it is at rest. So no doubt it should be 0. Such a laddu question came and many students were really worried that am I missing something? Is something wrong in the question? But there was nothing actually. It is just 0. It was at rest. Right? That's it. It's just placed on the rough inclined plane. Nothing is happening. Net force. See, net force was asked. Cool. A football player is moving south and then what happens is suddenly it turns towards the east with the same speed to avoid an opponent. The force acting on the player while turning is. Okay. See, he was going like this. This was the direction of his initial momentum. He turns and he turns eastwards like this. This is the direction of his final momentum. So you can see the momentum has changed. That tells us that there will be some force acting on the person. That is what Newton's second law was. The force acting on a body is directly proportional to how quickly the momentum changes and it always acts in the direction of the change of the momentum. Okay. So the question is, what is the force acting on the player going to be? So guys, just use the vector subtraction method. Change in momentum is final momentum minus initial momentum. It's as good as saying final plus negative of the initial momentum. Negative of the initial momentum is like this. This is minus pi. Final momentum is like this. This is minus pi. Final momentum was like this. Use triangle law of vector addition and you will see this is what delta p is. Whatever is the direction of delta p, in the same direction the force will also act. Force and change in momentum are going to be in the same direction. So it is northeast direction. You can see this is northeast because we take this as north, this as east, this as west and this as south. So it's in the northeast direction. Everybody with me? Very good. Option B is the correct one. This was asked in NEET 2023. Calculate the maximum acceleration of a moving car so that a body which is lying on the floor of the car remains at rest. The coefficient of static friction between the body and the floor is 0.15. Okay, see what we need to do. Coefficient of friction is given. The body has to have maximum acceleration. That means the force on it should also be maximum. So whatever that car is there, if it has to have maximum acceleration, it has to experience maximum force, and that force will obviously come from friction. So I can directly say F max is mass into that maximum acceleration, and the maximum frictional force is nothing but mu into m into g, mu into m into g. Mm cancels, so A max will be nothing but mu g. What is mu? It is 0.15. What is g? It is 10. So what is the acceleration? 1.5. Yes, option B is correct. Option B is correct. Yes, so many B's, so many biologies. Very good, guys. I am loving the Josh that you are studying with. Keep it up. Really proud of you. You're already completing so many PYQs. That is the challenge that we have. 1000 PYQs in the short time. All the subjects, all the years from 2019 to 2023. We are not missing questions, right? That is the whole point of this session. The bullet from a gun is fired on a rectangular wooden block with some velocity u. When the bullet travels 24 centimeters inside the block, then the speed becomes u by 3. Further penetrates same direction before coming to rest. Total length of the block. These kind of questions are very common again. Block being penetrated by a bullet. This is also there in NCERT example. NCERT examples. Your solved questions and exercises. So if the bullet initially had a speed of u, finally it becomes, let's say, u by 3. After it has traveled how much distance? 24 centimeters. Now after this, it will travel some more centimeters before it comes to a complete stop. I do not know how much that distance is. I will assume it as x centimeters. So till here is 24 centimeters. After that is x. You want to find the total thing. I know one thing. For the entire motion, it is going to retard. The acceleration is like this. So from here to here, if I apply the equation using v square is u square plus 2as. Final speed is u by 3. So square it is u, which is u only. Acceleration, don't know. S is basically 24. So basically acceleration is negative. Just keep that in mind. So I will have to put minus sign over here because it is in the backward direction. So 2a multiplied by 24 is u square minus u square by 9, which is 8u square by 9 is 2a multiplied by 24. Now 8 goes with 24 3 times. So 2a is u square by 9 into 3, which is 27. That is the first part. Now do the next part. From here to here, use the same kinematic equation. Final speed is 0. Initial speed is u by 3. Acceleration is negative, so minus 2a into x. So basically 2ax is equal to u square by 9. But the value of 2a, I will put it from here. It is nothing but u square by 27. U square by 27, put it here. Into x is nothing but u square divided by 9. U square cancels. 9 goes with 27 3 times. So therefore x is basically equal to 3 centimeter. So earlier 24 and later on 3. That's it. It will be 27 centimeters. Understood? So 3 centimeters here, 24 here, 24 plus 3. Total length is asked. Be careful. Total length is asked. Many students miss this part. Total length. So 3 centimeters and this 24 centimeters. Both has to be added. Only then you will get 27 centimeters. Got it? Everyone? Very good. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. Football player moving south turns east. Guys, same question. The force acting on the player. Do you see this? How the questions got repeated? Same model, guys. Same model. I'll show it to you. I will prove it to you right over here. See this? Same thing. He turns, right? So that's it. It's basically, I think the same question has been printed twice maybe. Yeah, it's the same question, I guess. The same question. Yeah. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. Force is 2I cap plus j cap minus k cap. R is this much I, this much j, this much k. The scalar and the vector products of force and R have the magnitudes respectively. You have no other option but to solve this properly, nothing else. So if I do force dot R, which will be 2I plus j minus k dot 3I plus 2j minus 2k. Always remember I goes with I. 2 3s are 6. J goes with j. 1 2s are 2. Minus 1 into minus 2, 2. So this will become 6 plus 2 plus 2, which is basically 10. So the dot product will be, or the scalar product will be 10. So either this is the option or this is the option. Got it, my dear students? Either option A or either basically option D. Option B and C can't be true because 5 and 4 is not the scalar product. Now for the next part, use this I, J, K determinant method. You have to do the vector product, right? So basically 2 will come here, 1 will come here, minus 1 will come here, 3 will come here, 2 will come here, minus 2 will come here. Then write this whole thing, then put I cap, then put minus j cap, and then again put k cap. Then see what these terms are. That's all. So over here, when you find I cap, it will be 1 into minus 2 minus 1 into 2. So 1 into minus 2 is minus 2 minus, this will be minus 2. Then here it will be for j cap, 2 into minus 2 is minus 4 minus 1 into 3 is minus 3. Then for k cap, only take this into account, 2 2s are 4 minus basically 3 over here, right? So you will basically get the answer as over here, minus minus becomes plus, 2 minus 2, 0. So 0 I cap. This will become plus 3 minus 4, which is minus 1, minus minus becomes plus. So plus j cap. And then here you have just k cap over here. Just k cap over here. So basically it is just j cap plus k cap. But when you find the magnitude of it, it will be root of 1 square plus 1 square, which is basically root of 2. So root of 2 is over here. So I believe it should be option D. Yes, it is option D. It is option D. So use the determinant method, right, for the cross product. So this is for F cross R. This is what I have done. The determinant method. Cool. So these kind of questions do come in the NEET examination. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. In the diagram shown, the normal reaction force between the 2 kg and the 1 kg block. Crazy question which was asked in NEET 2022, guys. So how do you solve this? The force between 2 kg and 1 kg block. First, to find this internal force, you need to know everything about these blocks, including the acceleration. And I don't think I know the acceleration yet. So I need to find the acceleration by taking this entire thing only as a system. What is the total mass going to be? 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6. So it is just like saying I have a 6 kg mass. It is experiencing a force like this, 18 Newton. Then from here, it is experiencing 60 Newton. From here, it is experiencing 60 Newton. And the 6 kg's component will also be there downwards. That will be 6g sine 30. 6g sine 30. So what will be the net force acting on it? Just check this out. Net force acting on it. 60 up. Okay. And 6g is basically 60 into half, which is basically 30 Newton. 30 Newton down. So I think the net force is going to be upwards only. So it will be 60 minus 18 minus 30. 60 is up, 18 is down, 30 is also down. 30 came from mg sine theta component. This is your mg sine theta component. Remember, there are two components. I am not taking the other component. I have split it up. I am just taking this component along the inclined plane. Correct? So 60 minus 30, guys, is 30. 30 minus 18 is basically 12 Newton. And this force is mass into acceleration. The total mass into acceleration. Total mass is 6 into A is 12. So acceleration is 2 meters per second square. This is the first piece of information which you will need to solve the problem. Now the Next piece of information is either draw 1 kg or 2 kg blocks FBD and then you will get the final answer. So let's say I draw 1 kg blocks free body diagram. The forces acting on it are the external force of 18 Newton, then some reaction force between 2 kg and 1 kg, I will call it as R, then mg sine theta component, so 1g sine 30 component is there, and they are all accelerating like this. So acceleration of basically 2 meters per second square. This is the complete free body diagram. Now solve the problem properly. G sine 30, g is basically 10, sine 30 is half, so it will be basically 5 Newton. So I can say R minus 18 minus 5 is equal to mass into acceleration. So R minus 18 minus 5, so bring it on the other side. So 2 plus 18 plus 5, 2 plus 18, 20, 20 plus 5, 25. So the reaction force should be 25 Newton, which is option number B. Got it? Everyone understood how this question had to be solved? Directly you could not find it because acceleration was there. This entire system was basically accelerating because of the force from the below and the force from the top. They all give a resultant force of 12 Newton that causes that acceleration upwards. So that is why you need that acceleration when you draw the free body diagram to find the reaction. It's completely a free body diagram based question. Moving to the next one. 2 blocks, massless string, acceleration of the system, NEET 2020. Direct formula guys, bigger mass minus smaller mass upon the total mass into G. Big mass 6, small mass 4, total mass 6 plus 4 into G, which will be 2G by 10, which is G by 5. G by 5 is option number C. G by 5 is option number C. Yes, very good. Keep it up. Next question on your screen now. A block of mass 10 kg is in contact against the inner wall of a hollow cylindrical drum of radius 1 meter. Coefficient of friction between the block and the inner wall is this much. The minimum speed so that the cylinder is vertical and rotating about its axis to keep the block at rest. Okay. Visualize this diagram. See, what is happening is you have a cylinder and this is the axis and the cylinder is made to rotate with some angular speed. Imagine you have kept a block which is, touching that particular wall like this, let's say. This is that block and that also will rotate. Because of the centrifugal force, the block will be pushed. Away. It will get stuck to the wall. And there is friction. So if it's stuck to the wall, it's very difficult for the block to fall. So if you look at it from the side view, things will be a little bit more clear. Like, say for example, like this. If this is the wall surface, this particular block is, let's say, over here. This block is, let's say, over here. Right? It's being pushed against the surface. So there is a centrifugal force pushing it outwards, which is m omega square r against the wall. The normal force will prevent it from collapsing, will be applied on the block because it is pressing the wall. The wall will also give a reaction force, that is your normal force. So try to visualize this properly, my dear students. This is your block. The wall of the cylinder is somewhere here. So you will see the normal force will be like this. The centrifugal force m omega square r will be like this. The box's weight mg will be down and the friction will be up. The friction will be basically up like this. These are the forces acting on the block. Visualize the cylinder over here. See if you are able to visualize this. Now it is a pretty much simple problem. Only problem in this is the visualization. This is actually a solved example in H.C. Verma, if you notice. Okay, so normal force is m omega square r, correct? And frictional force is balanced by mg, but friction is mu n, so that is equal to basically mg. Normal is nothing but m omega square r, so this is equal to mg. Cancels, so omega square is g by mu r. Just check this out. Omega square is g divided by mu r. M has got cancelled. So from this you can find the minimum angular velocity. So omega will be root of g by mu r. So g value you already know, mu value I think it is given 0.1, and radius, how much it is? 1 meter. Radius is 1 meter. So root of 100, which is 10. So the answer should be 10 radians per second. Answer should be 10 radians per second. What a brilliant question, guys. What a brilliant question. Cool. Next question on your screen now. A mass m is attached to a thin wire whirled in a vertical circle. The wire is most likely to break when? When do you think the wire will most likely break? When it is at the top or when it is at the bottom? Come on, everybody should answer this. Everybody should answer this question. Very, very straightforward question. This is your vertical circular motion. Imagine this ball is here versus here versus here versus here. The speed will be maximum here. Speed will reduce even further. Again, it will increase, and this will be maximum over here, and it will be minimum on the top. So where would the tension be maximum? I think the tension is maximum here. The tension is the least here. Tension is medium over here. The tension is medium over here. So the tension also keeps changing, because when you are going down, you can see the centrifugal force mv square by the length. This is also maximum. So to balance that out, tension is also maximum. Here speed is also maximum. Here tension is minimum, speed is minimum, and even centrifugal force is minimum. That's how it is. So yes, where is it going to be? At the lowest point. Very good. C for captain. Let's go to work per energy circular motion. Now one analysis, like you would have also seen, how are the questions from Newton's laws? Quickly put it up in the chat box. They are slightly tricky. But are there too many questions? No. Which means understand that if you have not studied Newton's law properly via concepts, then you will face difficulty. Okay, number one. Number two, if you are just fond of pulleys or free body diagrams, sir, will I get a lot of questions? The answer is no. You saw that. Units and dimensions, there are so many questions were there. Kinematics also good amount of questions were there. Direct formula based, repetitive pattern. Newton's laws is not formula based, it's conceptual based, free body diagram based, and all of that. And they ask those kind of questions, and they are not too many in number also. So this analysis I hope will help you for your NEET 2024. Okay? Yeah, cool. Let's go to the next one coming up on your screen. Here it is. Quickly, let's have water break. Everybody, water break, water break, water break. And those of you who are feeling hungry, get your lunch plate, whatever food you have in front of the computer screen, and start watching and eating, okay? A particle goes some speed under the action of force. The power supplied to the particle is how much? What is the formula for power? Power is force into velocity. Force is 5I minus 3J plus 6K. Velocity is 10I plus 10J plus 20K, correct? Okay. Just take the dot product of it. 5 with 10, 50. 3 with 10, 30, but with minus sign. 6 with 2, 12. So 120. 50 minus 30, 20. 20 plus 120, 140. So 140 watts should be the correct answer. Direct question on the power formula. Direct question on the power formula. Is that right, everybody? Awesome. Let's go ahead to the next question. The potential energy of a long spring when stretched by 2 centimeters is U. If it is stretched by 8 centimeters, the energy stored will be how much? We all know energy stored is half kx square. So it is directly proportional to the square of the extension. So final energy by initial energy will be final extension by initial extension's whole square. Final energy, I don't know. Initial energy, it is just u. Final extension 8, initial is 2. So 8 by 2 is 4. 4 square is nothing but 16. So u2 will be 16 times of u, which is C option. Which is C option. Yes. Will I share the PDF? No, bacha. I don't think we'll be sharing the PDF because you know already these questions are there in the magic sheet, right? We have a magic sheet which is like a test based format where you get all the questions which you can attempt it as tests. So over there you will be able to see all the questions, right? If you are wondering where the magic sheet is, it's there right over here. As you are visiting this channel, just click on this link on the home page only. No matter which video you watch, on the home page, this is your home page, click on this. You will see this beautiful magic sheet opening over here. 10-year PYQs are there, okay, for CBSE and NEET. Year wise we have arranged it, biology, physics, chemistry. You can attempt these as questions over there. So that is why there is no point sharing the PDF, okay, because you'll be seeing all these questions over here. All right. So moving ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. Here it is. Great. What is this? The restoring force of a spring with a block attached to the free end of the spring is represented by, guys, come on, force restoring by a spring is minus kx. So it should be a straight line. Shouldn't it be a straight line? But the problem with the straight line is it should not be going up. It should be going down. Why? Because of the minus sign. So it is proportional to minus x. That's why it should have a straight line but a negative slope. It should have a negative slope. Correct. Very good. Awesomeness. Moving on to the next one. Electric lift load is this much maximum. It is going up with constant speed. Frictional force is also opposing it. What is the minimum power by the motor to the lift in watts? That's the question. Okay, let's draw the lift first. This is our lift. The weight of the lift is basically 2000 kg. So the force acting downwards will be 2000 G. And there is also friction which is opposing the motion, which is 3000 Newton. So this is 3000 Newton. This is basically 20 kilonewton. This is 20 kilonewton. This is 3000 Newton. So there will be also tension over here in the rope, and that tension will be 20 kilonewton plus 3 kilonewton, which is basically 23 kilonewton force of tension will be there by the rope to pull that lift up. Remember, the lift is going up with constant speed, not accelerating. So this is 1.5 meters per second, not second square. So in order to find that power, I will just use force of tension multiplied by the velocity. That's all. The force into velocity will give me the power, and the force on the tension is very important because the motor is directly connected by the rope to the lift. So whatever power is given by the motor is transmitted by the rope via tension to the lift. That is why tension force is taken in putting it over here in F dot V formula. Not the weight, not the friction, but the total force of tension, which is 23 kilo. Kilo is 10 to the power 3 into velocity, which is 1.5, which is basically 1.5. How much will it come out to be, my dear students? Just check it out. If it is 34,500, if it is 34.5 into 10 to the power 3 watts, which is 34,500 watts. Is that clear? How to solve this question? Let's go ahead. The energy that will be ideally radiated by a 10 kilowatt transmitter in 1 hour. Now many of you got confused over here thinking, sir, transmitter, what is this? Is this there in the theory? No. Even if it is there, not there, that doesn't matter for this question. All that you need to focus on is this and this number. Question is, how much energy? Now, this is power, kilowatt, that is time, this is energy. So power is energy which is being consumed, given, etc. per unit time. So energy will be power into time, that's all. So 100 kilo is 10 to the power 3. Time is 1 hour. 1 hour is 3600 seconds. So that will make it 36 into 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 2, 7. 10 to the power 7. So 36 into 10 to the power 7 joules is the answer. This was in watts, this was in seconds, so this will be in joules. Is that clear? Remember, the time given was 1 hour, and 1 hour is nothing but 3600 seconds. That's why I put it over here. So it was that simple a question which was asked in NEET 2022 on work power energy. Next one. Particle is released from height some s from the surface of the earth. At a certain height, its kinetic energy is 3 times its potential energy. The height from the surface of the earth and the speed of the particle at the instant are respectively. Draw the question. Without that, you will not understand it. Particle is released from height s. At certain height, its kinetic is 3 times the potential energy. Let's say this is the height. This is where you drop the ball, and this height I call it as s. This height I call it as s. Right? This is the surface. Okay. At some point, at certain point, the kinetic energy is 3 times the potential energy. Maybe somewhere over here. Maybe over here. Let's say I call this as some height h, and at this particular point, the kinetic energy is 3 times the potential energy. The height from the surface of the earth and the speed of the particle at that instant, how much it is going to be? That is the question. That is the question. Okay. So let's try to think what and all equations can we make. What and all equations can we make? Let's think about it. Now, at this particular height, when it was there, the kinetic energy was 0. I call it K1. And the potential energy was maximum. In fact, it was mg, basically h. mg h. Over there, h is nothing but s. The h is nothing but s. When it comes over here, the kinetic energy might change, potential energy might change. Let's say it gets some new values, but the total sum should remain constant because total energy is going to be constant. So can I say K2 plus U2 will be the same as the original kinetic energy plus potential energy, which was just mg and s, Perfect. Total energy is conserved. What is K2? It is 3 times of U2. What is U2? I don't. So this will become 4U2 is basically mgs. What is the value of potential energy? Formula for potential energy, it is mgh. So put it as h is equal to mgs. mg cancels. H will become s by 4. S by 4 is there in all the 3 options. Option D gets eliminated. Now use this over here. The kinetic energy is 3 times the potential energy, mg into s by 4. Potential energy is mgh, h is s by 4. Kinetic energy formula is half m v square. This is 3 mgs divided by 4. Cancels. 4 and 2 cancels. So what will v square become? It will become 3gs divided by 2. 3gs divided by 2. So the root of it, just take the root of it. That's it. The root of 3gs divided by 2. That is option number A. Do you see that? Everybody with me? Perfect. This is the velocity which we just exactly got. Root of 3gs by 2. Yeah. Priya, yes, we'll be having chemistry PYQs after this class at 5 o'clock or something. Yes, that's when your next class will begin. Correct. Moving ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. Water falls from a height of 60 meters at this rate to operate a turbine. Due to friction, 10% of the energy is lost. how much energy is generated by the turbine. Okay, if you think carefully, you will realize on this particular turbine, the water is falling at 15 kgs in 1 second, okay, from a height of 60 meters. From a height of 60 meters, the water is falling. So you are going to get electrical power out of it. So the power which you get is coming from the gravitational potential energy of the water. The gravitational potential energy of the water per unit time. But 10% is getting lost. 10% is getting lost. The losses due to it is 10%. So how much out of this is available? Only 90%. So into 0.9, because 10% is lost. 10% is basically lost. I hope this is clear. So gravitational potential energy formula is mgh, time is t, into basically 0.9. Mass per unit time is already given. It is 15. G value is 10. Height is basically 60 into basically 0.9. Is that clear, everyone? What we just did? Perfect. So how much will it come out to be? How much does it come out to be? Does it come out to be 8.1 kilowatts? Just check this out. Does it come out to be 8.1 into 10 to the power 3, which is option C? Yes, very good. If you got this as the answer. Main thing is people forget the 10% loss, number one. Number two, getting this relation. Oh, this much mass is falling per unit time. This mass already was there on the top. It had some potential energy. That energy got converted into electrical power, but with 10% loss. So only take 9/10 of the total energy. So that's why I multiplied by 0.9. M by T is 15. This is only mass per unit time, kgs per second. That's what I have replaced it over here, right? So this was asked in NEET 2021. Moving on to the next one. A force is given, particle which goes in the y direction. If the particle goes from 0 to 1, what is the work done? Direct question. The work done is integral of force with respect to displacement. But if you are going the y direction, take the component of the force in the y and the displacement also in the y direction. So the force is how much? 20 plus 10y, displacement dy from 0 to 1. So 20 integral dy plus from 0 to 1 plus 10 y dy integral from 0 to 1. So this will become 20. Integration of this will be just 1 only. Integration of y is y square by 2. So this will be 1 square by 2. So this will become 20 plus 5, which is 25, which is C option, which is correct. Is that clear? Everybody with me? Awesomeness. Let's move ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. Wow, we have already come to center of mass and rigid body. Look at it, guys. Isn't it fascinating? Just in the last, I think, what is the time now? Almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, in the last 2 hours, we are almost reaching the end of mechanics. This is crazy. Let's go, guys. A bullet of mass m hits a block of mass capital M elastically. The transfer of the energy is maximum when? When does this happen? Maximum transfer energy. So when you have some mass colliding with some other mass, then you will see maximum amount of energy will be transferred. That means this guy gets that same speed. Only if both the masses are what? Equal. Exactly. They will be equal. In fact, there is a theory for it also. If you remember, if you attend my class, you would remember it from either the crash courses or even the old lectures. If you notice my old center of mass classes, I have told this property. When two masses are equal and they collide with each other and the collision is elastic, then the entire velocity gets transferred. So it gets basically exchanged. So this is exactly that property. So the transfer of energy is maximum when the masses are equal. Keep this in mind, okay? This should be there in your notes. I've given 4 properties of elastic collision. One property is this, exchange of velocities for equal masses. Second property is when a small mass collides with heavy mass. Third property is when a heavy mass collides with a lallu mass, small mass, chintu mintu mass. And the fourth property is for oblique collision, when a mass is at rest but the other mass hits it at an angle, so it just cuts it. So when it hits, both of them go perpendicular to each other. These are the 4 properties. A mass at rest, the second mass comes, hits at an angle, oblique collision, both of them go perpendicular to each other. These are the 4 properties which you should be aware of. Cool. Let's go ahead to the next question. Here it comes. 2 particles A and B initially at rest move towards each other under mutual force at a distance when the speed of A is V, speed of B is 3V, the speed of the center of mass. Guys, I feel everybody should spam the answer now. Everybody should spam the answer now. What is the velocity of the center of mass? What is the velocity of the center of mass? Come on, think about it. The center of mass velocity. I'm just seeing the chat box. Atma exchange property. Yes, Krishna, correct. K for Andhra Pradesh. Yes, Pratyusha. Come on, come on, come on. Think. What is the answer for this one? Kavin, Alin, Mohit, Pratibha, Kob, Janani, Aniket. Come on, Sumati, Sweetie, Krishna, Pratyusha. Come on, everyone. I want everybody to think about this. B, says Sanjeev, Ganeshwar, Babu. B for biology. Yes, because mutual gravity clearly mentioned. That means net external force is 0. That means center of mass is at rest. Doesn't matter what these velocities are. That's it. That answer is going to be 0. Do not use this formula of VCOM. If you use VCOM is M1 V1 plus M2 V2 upon M1 plus M2. The real challenge is what is M1 and what is M2. What is M1 and what is M2? It is not given. They are just mentioned 2 particles. Equal mass? No. Double mass? No. I don't know. It could be anything. So please do not use this because I do not know the masses. In fact, you can find the masses because you know the velocity is 0 of center of mass. A block strikes the wall with some speed at an angle, reflects same angle, remains in contact this much. The force on the wall is how much? Okay, so this is the wall. I will show the normal. This is standard question, guys. If this ball hits and rebounds like this, at an angle of 60 degrees with the wall, that means this is 30 and this is also 30. Why? Because this is given to be 60 degrees. The ball's mass M, velocity will be something, let's say I call it as U. It will also rebound back with the same speed. If you notice, this mass which is moving at an angle has 2 components of momentum, one like this and one like this. The downward momentum will be mu cos 30. The horizontal momentum will be mu sin 30. How do I know that? Because if I draw this line, you can see, if I draw one more line here, if this is 30, even this is 30, correct? So that is the reason why I know it should be also 30 degree. This angle was basically 30 degree. So that's why this is cos component close to 30. This is sin component because this is far away from 30. After reflection, what will happen is, there will be one horizontal component and there will be one vertical component. Because it is going at an angle with this as 30, this vertical component will be mu cos 30, horizontal component will be mu sin 30. If you notice clearly, this component, horizontal, did not change. It is basically constant. No change in momentum in the x direction. Constant in x direction. But in y direction, it was down, now it went up. So there is definitely a change of momentum in the y direction. The final momentum, if I call it mu cos 30, the initial momentum is mu cos 30 but with a minus sign. Many people forget the minus sign. So technically it is 2 mu cos 30. Mass is 1. Speed is 1. Cos 30 is root 3 by 2. So it will be root 3 kg meter per second. So the force which is change in momentum upon the time, the momentum change is root 3. Time taken is 0.1. So 1.73 divided by 0.1 is basically 17.3. 17.3 or just, okay, decimal values are not given, no problem. I can just take 0.1 on the top, so it will become 10 root 3 Newton. 10 root 3 Newton is option number C. Yes, that is the correct option. Got it? Everyone? In these kind of questions, please realize that the particle will come like this. It will have one component here, one component here. It will get reflected like this, one component here, one component here. The horizontal component will not change. But if you look at this vertical component, it was down, now it has gone up. So yes, that has changed. And the angles are very important, okay, because you know it was hitting at 30. This will be also 30. This was also 30 because angle of reflection was given as 30 degree. So this would be the cos component. This would be also the cos component. That is the logic behind this. And yeah, this minus is also very important because the direction has reversed even though the magnitude has been kept the same. So please be careful. Do not subtract the two directly. You will get answer as 0. It is minus and minus. Minus final momentum minus initial momentum. Initial is opposite. So that's why that next minus has come. It becomes 2 times. It becomes 2 times. Cool. Shall we go ahead to the next question? Coming up on your screen. Here it is. The distance covered by a body of mass 5 gram having linear momentum 0.3 kg meters per second in 5 seconds is how much? Because momentum is mass into velocity. Momentum is 0.3, mass is 5 grams, so which is 5 into 10 to the power minus 3. I can find the velocity. So the velocity will be 0.3 divided by 5 into 10 to the power minus 3. Take it on the top. It will become 3 by 5 into 10 to the power 2, I believe. Yes. So this is 100. 100 by 5 is 20. So 3 into 20, which is basically 60 meters per second. But that is not the question. The question is how much distance does it travel? Distance is speed into time. So speed is 60. Time is 5. 6 5s are 30. So 1 more 0. So 300 meters should be the answer. Option number B. Cool? Very good. No, it's not C. 1 more 0 will come. Be careful. Yes, it should be B for biology. B for biology. Yes, thank you, Krishna. Means a lot. Thank you. Can we solve using 60 degree also, sir, in the previous question? Pavitra, yes, you can solve it using 60 degree also in the previous question. Then, instead of writing this as mu cos 30, you will write it as mu sin 60. But cos 30 is the same as sin 60. Cos 30 is the same as sin 60, correct? So, doesn't matter. Understand that. Okay? Whether you write cos 30 or sin 60, you will end up with the same answer. Cool? Kavin, Tamil Nani. Yes. Everybody, many people are there from Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka, Assam, Andaman, you name it. Kashmir, Maharashtra. Yes. Amma Vati. Oh. Vati coming. Vati already came. Alright. Let's move on to the next question. Coming up on your screen. Where is it go? Okay. This one. Yeah. Given below are the two statements, assertion, reason type. Read the statements carefully. Read the statements carefully. Josephine, Vanakam to all the Pasangla out here. Vanakam. When a firecracker, that's a rocket, explodes mid-air, its fragments fly in such a way that they continue moving in the same path which the firecracker would have followed had it not exploded. Okay. That is the assertion. Reason says explosion of the cracker occurs due to the internal forces only, no external force acts in the explosion. In the light of the above two statements, which of the following options seems to be correct? Namaskaram, Lakshmi. Endariki namaskaram. Endariki namaskaram. Okay, think. What is the correct way? See, I don't feel A is correct because all the particles don't fly the same path had it not exploded. Imagine this was the rocket. It goes like this and it lands over here. But let's say it explodes mid-air. Then each particle will go in a different path. One will go here, one will go here, one will go here, one will go here. But it is the center of mass which follows the same path, right? So definitely assertion is wrong. Explosion of rocket happens due to internal force. Yes, it is not because somebody is coming from outside. Internal explosion force is responsible for it and there is no external force. So this reasoning is correct. So option A should be correct. A is not correct. R is correct. So option A. Assertion is correct. Assertion is wrong and reasoning is correct. Okay. So that is the correct answer for this. Very good. Coming up on your screen is the next one. A shell of mass is at rest initially. It explodes into 3 fragments having the mass ratio 2:2:1. The fragment having equal masses fly along mutual perpendicular directions. The speed of the third mass. This is a standard question. See, mass ratio is 2:1. So take one mass as 2m. Take the other mass also as 2m. They both will move perpendicular. Let's say V, and the third mass which is there, which is having a mass of m, obviously it will move somewhere here like this with some speed u. The reason why it should go like that is because if you take the entire system, their center of mass should be at rest, correct? Or you can alternatively look at it like this. This entire system's total momentum should be 0. The total momentum should be 0 because the entire mass, the shell was at rest. So that explosion force was an internal force. So the momentum can't change because of an internal force. Only external forces can change the momentum. So what I do, because the total momentum is 0, I understand one thing. These two masses, the one in orange, 2m, 2m, if I find the resultant momentum, that should cancel out this mass's momentum because then the total momentum will be 0. So when I just take this and try to find the resultant, this is 2 mv, this is also 2 mv. The resultant of these two, should be how much? 2 mv root 2. This should be 2 mv root 2. Is that making sense to all of you? Because they both are perpendicular, so root 2 times any one of the Pythagoras theorem, right? 2 mv root 2. Momentum of this is 2 mv, this is also 2 mv. That should cancel that 2 mv root 2 should cancel the momentum of this mass, which is mu. They both should cancel. Only then the total momentum will be 0. So mu will be 2 mv root 2. Mm cancels. U will be v2 root 2. v2 root 2. Yes, option C. That is the correct answer. Very good. Yes, Kavin, that's the reason why we started the channel. We are the first ones to start this channel in the entire country, and successfully we did this with the aim that many students from Northeast and South India, they prefer. It's not that many of you don't understand Hindi or anything. Some of you also understand it, but prefer learning in English because in your schools and colleges and even in your career, you will be speaking in English, whether you go to a company or whether you go to. So that's the reason we started this channel. And now people come over here, not just from South India or Northeast, but even from all the other states, because of the teachers. So it's not just because of the language alone, it's because of the teachers and the teachings, and I'm really, really thankful to everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Coming up on your screen, two objects of mass certain kgs are connected to the two ends of a rigid rod, certain length. The distance of the center of mass from the 10 kg mass is how much? So let me draw. This is 10 kg and then you have 20 kg over here. And then this whole distance is how much? 10 meters. This is basically 10 meters. The center of mass will be somewhere maybe over here. This is where the center of mass location is. The question is, from the 10 kg mass, how much is this? XCOM. So I have taken this as the origin and let me take this as my x-axis. So what is the coordinate of the center of mass is the question. So XCOM is M1, which is 10, into X1, the x coordinate is 0, plus M2, which is 20, x coordinate is 10 meters, by M1 plus M2, which is 10 plus 20. So 20 into 10 is 200, divided by basically 30, 0, 0 cancels. So 20 by 3 meters. So option B should be the correct answer, which was asked in NEET 2022. Is that clear, everyone? Very good. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you, Gaming with Arun. Means a lot for all the love from Tamil Nadu. Always, Lakshmi, always. Yes, Jospan Rani. Yes, Dr. Ilamati. And guys, I'll be coming to Tamil Nadu also very soon. I'll meet you, right? I was there in Hyderabad, and I think this week I'll be visiting the Bangalore center. Bangalore students want to eagerly meet me. I'll be coming there also. If Bangalore students, you are listening to this class, I'm coming there. Okay, cool. Tamil Nadu also I'm coming. Right. So moving on to the next one, coming up on the screen. A ball of mass 0.15 kg is dropped from certain height, strikes the ground, rebounds to the same height. The magnitude of the impulse. Impulse is change in momentum. So when the ball hits the ground, it will hit with certain speed. It will rebound with the same speed because it goes till the same height. Same height is given. So that way we can find the impulse. Impulse is nothing but change in momentum, which is final momentum minus initial momentum. Don't put mv, put minus, because directions are opposite. What is this velocity going to be? This is root of 2gh. Root of 2gh. That's all. So let's see what happens over here. This will become 2 times mv, but I don't want velocity. I want a root of 2gh. So what is the mass? 0.15 into 2 into g is 10. Height is basically 10. So this will become 2 into 0.15. 10 tens are 100. 100's root is 10 into root 2 over here. But I think root 2 you can put it as 1.4. So this will become 1.5. 1.5 into 2 is going to be 3. So 3 into 1.4. So it's going to be 4.2. Yes. Yes, that's it. 14 3s are 42. Yeah. B for Bhagat Singh. Wow, very good. No, no, no. It is not B. It is not 0. Be careful, because minus minus is there over here. Many students make that mistake, MV minus MV. But you need to understand, this MV is here, this MV is here. So when you take one direction as positive, other direction becomes negative. So the same concept was there in the previous problem where the ball hit at an angle and went like that, right? So you need to be little bit careful in these questions when the direction reverses. Okay, so it is not 0. 2 particles of mass 5 kg. Acha, this I think we just did it right now. So by the way, if you realize the same type of question, this NEET 2020 question, just go back. This one, 2022, read the data. 10 kg, 20 kg, 10 meters length. Same thing is getting repeated over here. Same thing is getting repeated over here. Same as the previous 2022 question, right? It's the exact same thing. So just the values are changed little bit, 10 kg and 5 kg, and instead of 10 meters, they have made it 1 meter. Can you imagine? Right? You will be able to solve this now. Perfect. Let's go to the next one. Certain mass is moving with some speed, collides with another body of mass 2m at rest. Collision is head-on and elastic. The fraction of the energy lost by the colliding body is, okay. Always start with a diagram. Always start with a diagram. So this is 4m mass, collides with another body of mass, how much? 2m. This body has a speed of u. This is basically at rest. After the collision, what happens is, after the collision, head-on and elastic in nature. Okay, I don't know what is the speed going to look like. This will be v1 and this will be some v2. This will be basically your 2m. Just check this out. if this is what it is. Yes, perfect. So use momentum conservation. Initial momentum is equal to final momentum. Initial momentum is 4m into u plus 0 because this was at rest. And this guy's momentum will be 4m v1 plus 2m v2. So just see what do you get. M cancels, 2 cancels. So 2u is equal to 2v1 plus v2. This is the first equation that we get. This is the first equation that we get. Similarly, what we can also write is because the collision is elastic in nature, E value is 1. E value is 1. So can I say the speed of, relative speed of approach will be equal to the relative speed of separation. Relative speed of approach will be equal because it is elastic collision. Relative speed of separation, this is moving with v1, this is moving with v2. Both the velocities are in the same direction. Shouldn't it be v2 minus v1? And over here, approach speed, it is just going with u, other guy is at rest. So the second equation that I get is nothing but u is equal to v2 minus v1. This is the second equation that I get. From 1 and 2, from equation 1 and 2, find v1 and also find v2. Find v1 and also find v2. You can just add both of them or basically subtract both of them. You will find v1, then you can find v2. You can just solve them simultaneously. But that is not the end of the story. Question is fraction of the energy lost by the collision of the body A. What is the fraction of the energy lost by the body number A? So the energy lost by body A upon the original energy of A. Lost energy will be half m u square minus half m v1 square. This mass had some velocity before and after. So if you find the energy before and after, you find the difference, you will get how much energy changed in the 4m mass. Because the mass is 4m, so I need to also ensure that I put 4m over here. So it will be half into 4m into u square minus half into 4m into v1 square. Whole thing divided by original energy was half into 4m into u square. Half 4m cancels and I'm just left with u square minus v1 square by u square. v1 value you found out over here. I don't need v2 actually, I just need v1. Just substitute it over here. Whatever value of v1 you got, right? Just substitute it over here. You will get the final answer. You will basically get the final answer. Is that okay, my dear students? Yes. So some of you are saying option C. Yes, it comes out as option C only. So you substitute it, you will get the answer as 8 by 9. Perfecto. Moving ahead to the next one, a constant torque of 1000 Newton meter turns a wheel of certain inertia, axis passing through the center, starting from rest, its angular velocity after 3 seconds. Come on, let's do this. Angular velocity after 3 seconds is asked. So most likely kinematic equation, final velocity is initial velocity plus alpha into time. Final velocity is initial velocity plus alpha into time. Alpha do I know? I don't know. But torque and inertia I know. Torque is moment of inertia into alpha. Torque is given to be 100. Moment of inertia is given to be 300. So from this, alpha will be basically 1 by 3. Alpha will be basically 1 by 3. Now use this alpha over here. Initial velocity is 0. Alpha is 1 by 3. Time is basically 3. So what will I get? 1. So final velocity is just 1 radian per second. What a simple easy-peasy lemon squeezy question they asked. Right? Such an easy-peasy lemon squeezy question they asked. Easy-peasy lemon squeezy question, guys, because just 2 formulas. Kinematic equations in circular. Second, torque is I alpha. NEET 2023. I am seeing, and I'm pretty sure you too are seeing, 2023 questions are easier. 2022 was little bit hard. 2020 was actually good. 2019, 2020 questions were actually, decently placed. So next one, the ratio of the radius of gyration of a solid sphere, mass m, radius r, own axis to the radius of gyration of a thin hollow sphere, same mass, radius about its axis is how much? Radius of gyration. Recollect, come on. First, let's talk about solid sphere. For solid sphere, moment of inertia is 2 by 5 mr square. This is equal to mk square. K is the radius of gyration. Cancels, so k1 is basically r root 2 by 5. That is for solid sphere. Now for thin hollow sphere of the same mass and radius. Hollow sphere it is 2 by 3. For thin hollow sphere it is 2 by 3. Mr square is mk of that. Cancels, so k2 will be r root of 2 by 3. Now the last part is finding the ratio k1 by k2, I believe. Find the ratio of the radius of gyration. Question is the ratio of the radius of gyration. K1 by k2 will be r root 2 by 5 by r root 2 by 3. R and root 2 gets cancelled. Root 3 goes on the top, root 5 stays below. So root 3 by root 5 is D for doctor, D for Delhi in AIMS. Very nice. D for Delhi capitals. Looks like some people are getting distracted by IPL. How many of you are watching IPL? Honestly tell me, how many of you are getting distracted by IPL? Maybe you are watching IPL, maybe sometime after 1 hour or 2 hours, that's okay. But that too for 2-3 minutes, not like you're sitting after 1 hour for 1 hour. Come on, honestly tell me. I know many of you are supporting sir, CSK sir, this time RCB women's team won, this time RCB is in full form sir. No, Krishna, wow, very good. Tell me guys, honestly. Acha, okay, only CSK match. Ayo, Kavin, CSK plays so well, you will have to watch it till final maybe, then what will you do? Highlights for 9 minutes, that is good. That is a smart move. Only last 5 overs. But see, last 5 overs you are watching, the first 15 overs your mind is there. What is happening in the match? Yeah. So only score. No IPL, no, very good. So guys, please remember that right now your entire career is going to start. Maybe after becoming a doctor or when you are in higher studies and all that, then you don't have to worry so much. I mean, yes, studies will be there, but at least your base has been set. At least you are in a good college. You know that, okay, once you enter AIMS or AFMC or any government medical college, next 5 years you can stay here. Nobody is going to kick you out. Okay, so this is the last month of preparation and everything is on stake over here. The teams will win, may lose. I know you support them, you love the idols, you love the cricketers, but this last month, try as much as possible to avoid any kind of distractions. I'm not saying just IPL, any kind of distraction, be it a movie, be it a song, be it cricket or any other match like FIFA, World Cup, whatever. Okay, just avoid it just for the sake of yourself, not for me, not for anyone else, but for you. Because next, after 1 month, when you get the NEET paper, I don't want those instant regrets. Why did I waste time? Okay, after that you can't change anything. So I want you to focus completely on your studies. Watch highlights if you want 5 minutes, or just see the score later on, or just see the news. Okay, today this one, that one, etc. That's okay, but don't waste too much time. Okay, cool. Gaming with Harun. Am I watching IPL? That is a very brilliant question. See, this is the kind of students I like in my class. I really appreciate. Am I watching IPL? What do you think? I am only not getting time. I am wondering how you are getting time. Because my schedule was so jam-packed. Right? I was in Hyderabad, then Pune. I go to the event, I come back. By the time I come back, I'm in the airport. I'm coming back again taking the class in the morning. By the time preparing for the next thing, planning for the next event, planning for the next classes, what series to bring in. And then obviously other office work, what is the different courses that we need to build for you, what is the different content that we need to give for you. And that's the only time, that's the only thing I'm doing. And the two channels, JEE and NEET. So hardly any time for me. I want to watch, imagine my state, I can't watch so much. I don't get time only. Okay, chalo, let's go on to the next one. The angular acceleration of a body moving along the circumference of a circle is. Yeah, maybe after NEET exam we'll all watch together. Something at least. I don't know what, but we'll watch something. Angular acceleration of a body moving along a circumference of a circle, along the radius, angular acceleration, along the tangent, along the axis, along the radius vertically up. The answer is basically along the axis of rotation. Read the question carefully. It is angular acceleration. So if the particle is going like this in this circular motion, yes, it does have tangential acceleration like this. It does have centripetal acceleration towards the center. Yes, the total acceleration might make an angle, but angular acceleration, alpha, is always like the omega vector. It is in this direction or maybe in this direction. Alpha, like omega, like torque, angular momentum, they are found by right hand thumb rule. If it is going like that, the thumb points in the direction of alpha. So it's along the axis of rotation. That is the answer. Energy of this much is spent in increasing the speed from 600 to 360. The moment of inertia of the flywheel is. Okay. So energy has been changed. And the kinetic energy of rotation. What is the formula for kinetic energy of rotation, guys? The kinetic energy of rotation is half I omega square. So final speed is omega 2. Initial speed is, let's say, omega 1. So half I omega 2 square minus half I omega 1 square is basically the change of the energy. This is given to be 484 is equal to half I don't know, omega 2 square minus omega 1 square. Now what is omega 2 and omega 1? RPM is given. Convert RPM into radians per second. 60 rounds per minute. So 60 rounds into, divided by 60 seconds will be rounds per second, into 2 pi will make it radians per second. So this is in radians per second. Divide by 60, multiply by 2 pi. 60 by 60, 1. So this will be 2 pi. This will be 2 pi radians per second. So you can put over here 2 pi's whole square, and over here 360 RPM multiply by 2 pi divided by 60. This goes with 6 times, so it will become 12 pi. So this will become 12 pi whole square. From this you will get I, which is 484 into 2 divided by pi square. You can bring it outside. This will be 12 square minus 2 square. That's it. Just check if you get the answer as 0.7 approximately. Right? You should get the answer as 0.7 approximately. Cool? Everybody, shall we go ahead to the next one? Yes, these are the standard kind of questions which you can get. Cool. Moving on to the next one on your screen. Angular speed. Similar question. Again, you can see it changes from 1200 to this in 16 seconds. What is the angular acceleration in radians per second? That's the question. See, I know final, I know initial, I know the time. I want to find alpha. So the best equation is final is initial velocity plus alpha into time. Therefore, alpha will be final minus initial divided by time. Final is how much? 3120. But it's RPM. So multiply by 2 pi divided by 60. Same thing. Initially 1200 multiply by 2 pi divided by 60. Whole thing divided by the time. How much is the time? 16 seconds. So take few things common. It will help you solve the problem easily. 3120 minus 1200 multiplied by 2 pi, whole thing divided by 60, and this is 16 over here. So do the math and see how many pi's you get. You should get the answer as 4 pi's. Just check this out. See if you get the answer as 4 pi. Just check this if you get it as 4 pi. Very simple. Use kinematic equations in circular motion. Final is initial plus alpha t. That's all. Next one. Ratio of the radius of gyration of a disc to the center, normal to the plane, to the radius of the gyration of the disc about its diameter. Similar question came, remember, sometime back for solid sphere and hollow sphere, ratio of radius of gyration. Same model, but for a disc about two different axes. That's all. So if this is our disc like this of certain radius r, then one axis is this one when you rotate it like that, and the second axis that they are asking you is the diametrical axis. is basically the diametrical axis, this one. So when you rotate it like this, right? So when you rotate it about the central axis, the moment of inertia formula is mr square by 2. It's a disk. Okay, mr square by 2. These two are perpendicular axes. So can I say mr square by 2 is technically, if this is I1, this is also I1, is I1 plus I1 using perpendicular axis theorem. So therefore I1 will be mr square by 4. I1 will be mr square by 4. Perfect. Now for the first part, to find the radius of gyration, I'll just write it as mk1 square. So what is k1? K1 will be r by root 2. For the second part, when the moment of inertia is mr square by 4, if I write it as mk2 square, mm cancels, so k2 will be r by 2. But the actual question is find the ratio of the radius of gyration. So k1 by k2, k1 is r by root 2, k2 is r by 2. So this will become 2 by root 2, which is basically root 2. So root 2:1 is the answer, which is option number C. So you had to use perpendicular axis theorem. So usage of theorems is there. Usage of theorems will be there. Moving on to the next question on your screen now. 2021, I think I showed the answer, but it's okay. From a circular ring of mass m and radius r, an arc corresponding to 90 degrees is removed. The moment of inertia of the remaining part of the ring about the axis through the center of the ring perpendicular is basically k times mr square. Then the value of k is how much? See, you had a ring like this. The moment of inertia was mr square. It's a ring. Now you take out 1/4 of the ring, because 90 degrees is 1/4 of the ring. So how much part of the ring will be remaining? Obviously 3/4. 3/4 will be remaining. You can think as if somebody has taken out 90 degrees of the ring. Now that part which you have taken out, right? That part which you have taken out, what moment of inertia will it have? Think this way. The entire ring is made of 4 such quarters. Each of that part will have mr square by 4 as the moment of inertia. This is mr square by 4. Another one part mr square by 4, mr square by 4, mr square by 4. So how much moment of inertia is there over here? 3 mr square by 4. 3 mr square by 4. Right? 1/4 has been taken out. 3/4 is remaining. So what is the value of k? 3 by 4. That should be B for biology. B for biology. Exactly. Very good. Very good. Keep it up. Let's move on to the next question, guys, coming up on your screen. After rotation, we'll be having a short break for lunch. We'll break out for lunch and then we'll again come back. Okay. A uniform rod of length 200 centimeters, mass 500 gram is balanced on a wedge placed at 40 centimeter mark. A mass of 2 kg is suspended from the rod at 20 centimeters and another unknown mass is suspended from the rod at this much centimeters. Find the value of m such that the rod is in equilibrium. That is the question. All right. See, simple. You just have to balance the torque. The torque from clockwise and anti-clockwise direction should cancel out. Only then it will stay in equilibrium. So the rod's length is 200. Mass of the rod is also there. The wedge is placed at 40 centimeter mark. So technically, somewhere at, since this is 200 centimeter, somewhere at 100 centimeter, this 500 gram mass weight will act right over here, and this will be at 100 centimeter. This will be at 100 centimeter, exactly in the middle. Scale length is 200, so exactly at the middle. This 2 kg, oh, by the way, 500 gram, I can just write it as 0.5. So this is 0.5 g. Will apply a force of 2g like this. This m will apply a force of mg like this. There will be also a normal force over here. There will be also a normal force by the fulcrum, the wedge or the joint. Okay. Now you just need to know this distance and that distance to measure the torque. If this is at 20, this is at 40, obviously this length is 20 centimeter. This length is 20 centimeter. Okay. Now the next thing, this is at 100, this is at 40. So how much will this be? How much will this be? 100 minus 40, which is basically 60 centimeter. This is at 160, this is at 40. 160 minus 40 is 120. So from here to here is basically 120 centimeters. All this is needed to measure the torque. Now just balance the torque. The torque which is there anti-clockwise will be there clockwise. Anti-clockwise, this mass about this point will pull it like this. Torque is R into F. R is 20, F is 2G is equal to. This 0.5 G will pull it like that, and even mg will pull it like that. Both are clockwise torques. So R is 60, force is 0.5 G, plus R is 120, force is mg. That's all. G cancels everywhere. 20 into 2 is basically 40. 60 into 0.5 basically 30, plus 120 into m. That's all. Just check this out. 120 into m. If this is fine, everything right. 20 into 2, yes, mg, right. So I think this will become 10 is equal to 120 m. So m will become 1 by 12th of a kg. So that should be the answer. Option number A. Option number A. Yeah. Yes, very good. Yes, it's Sri, it's option A. Yes, Krishna, it's option A. Yes, Lakshmi, the answer is option number A. Perfect. Moving ahead to the next question. Find the torque for this force for this position vector. Such a simple question came in NEET 2020. Torque is R cross F. Directly you can do it. Vector product. R is basically 2 k cap. Force is basically 3 j cap. So 2 3s are 6. What is k cross j? If you ever forget it, write it down clockwise like this. I j k. K cross j. If you go like that, what you should get is I. So over here you should get I. But when you go anti-clockwise, it is always negative. So you will get minus I cap. So 6 with a minus sign, which is option number B. 6 with a minus I cap. Yes. Correct. Very good. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. A solid cylinder is rotating at this RPM. The torque required to stop it after some revolutions. Torque is asked. Revolutions are given. Revolutions are given. So torque, revolution, how do I relate it? Maybe kinematics, and torque is I alpha. Okay. So if I have to stop it after 2 pi revolutions, what is the angle which I will cover? What is the angle which I have to cover? One revolution is 2 pi radians. 2 pi revolutions will be 2 pi into 2 pi radians, which is basically 4 pi square radian. You will stop it. Initial angular velocity is basically 3 rpm. 3 rpm. That is 3 into 2 pi divided by 60 radians per second. Radians per second. 3 2s are 6, 6 cancels. So it will become pi by 10 radian per second. That is initial angular velocity. Final angular velocity is 0. From this I can find alpha. How? But use this. Final speed square is equal to initial speed square plus 2 into alpha into delta theta. Just like the third kinematic equation, time is not given. That is the reason why I am using this. Final is 0. Initial is pi by 10. So square it, plus 2 into, don't do plus, it's minus because it is retarding, you are stopping it, minus 2 alpha into delta theta, which is 4 pi square. Bring it here. So this will become 8 pi square alpha will be pi square by 10. Pi square cancels. Alpha will be 1 by 80 radians per second square. Once I get alpha, finding the torque will be easy. Torque is basically I alpha, moment of inertia into alpha. Since solid cylinder is given, moment of inertia will be mr square by 2 into alpha. Mass is 2, radius is 4 centimeters. So 4 into 10 to the power minus 2 whole square. Whole thing divided by 2. Alpha is nothing but 1 by 80. So and see if you get the answer as 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. If you get it as 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. That's the whole solution for all of you. Sir, it's pi square by 100. Oh yes, sorry, my bad. Yeah, because I've squared it, there will be one more 0 here, there will be one more 0 here, and there will be also one more 0 here. Yeah, I hope now it is fine. 1 by 800. Perfect. Clear? Okay. Shall we go ahead? Thank you, Joseph and Rani, for pointing it out. Let's go ahead to the next question. Two particles A and B moving in uniform circular motion in concentric circles of radius A and radius B with speed VA and VB. The time period of rotation is the same. The ratio of angular speed of A to B will be how much? Interesting. Concentric circles. One circle like this, another circle like this. One radius, one radius. The time period is same. Now, angular speed is asked. Angular speed ratio is asked. Time is nothing but 2 pi by omega. But omega is nothing but, since V is omega r, omega is V by r. So it is 2 pi r basically by V. 2 pi r by V. Okay, so if this is the time which is r by V proportional, time period is proportional to r by V. So TA by TB will be RA by RB and VB by VA. What is RA by RB? What is RA by RB? Two particles, concentric circles. Okay, their time period of rotation is the same. The ratio of their angular speeds. All right. Now, you can see all the options either have 1:1 or velocity or radius in their options. But here I am getting both radius and velocity. That means I need to do something about it. I can't leave the answer like this. Maybe I need to simplify it further. How can I simplify it further? I will show it to you over here. When I say time is the total circumference by speed, how about instead of writing it like this, time is distance by speed, circumference by speed, I write it as 2 pi r by V as omega r. Right? Everybody with me? Yeah. Everybody with me? Yes. Now, do you see this r and r gets cancelled? Do you see now time period is inversely proportional to omega? But it is clearly mentioned that the time period is the same. If time period is the same, even omega will be the same. So what will be the ratio of omega A by omega B? Won't it be 1:1 because times are same? Hence the answer should be 1:1. This was in 2019. If otherwise, if you go by VA and VB, you will think I have done something, maybe I need to do something else. So that's why I simplified it. I thought V is omega, RR is anyways cancelled. So I could have just taken the relationship between time and omega. I didn't even have to go for velocities. or even radius. All the other unnecessary information was there. This is to waste your time. This is chumma to waste your time. Keep this in mind. Disk of certain radius, mass 100 kg, rolls, center of mass has a speed of 20. How much work is needed to stop? Now, whenever you have an object which is basically rolling and you have to stop it, then the work needed to stop it is the loss of the kinetic energy. But this kinetic energy will be of two types: kinetic energy of translation plus kinetic energy of rotation. Kinetic energy of translation plus kinetic energy of rotation. Translation is simple, half mv square. Rotation is half I omega square. So it will become half mv square plus half into, what is it? Disk, right? So disk has moment of inertia mr square by 2. Omega is v by r. So it will be v square by r square. So r square cancels. This will be half mv square, 1/4 mv square, which will make it 3 by 4 mv square. Half into half is 1/4. 1/4 plus half is 3/4. So that's why I put 3/4. R square and r square has cancelled. So that work done will be 3 by 4, mass 100, radius 2. So that will make it right, this is 2 meters 100 kg. Oh, I forgot, I think velocity is not, sorry guys, I took a wrong value, my bad. This is 3 by 4. Mass is how much? 100 kg. And speed is not 2, it is 20 centimeters per second. You need to be careful about it. So this will be 0.2 square. This is 0.2 square. So that will make it 3 by 4 into 100 into 2 square is 4. This will become 0.01. 4 and 4 cancels, 0.01 and 100 cancels, so it will become just 3. So answer should be C. C for Captain Shreyas. Yes, it is option C, correct. Right? So you have to take into account both energy of translation as well as energy of rotation. Yes, cool. Wave optics, I will be sharing it in case it's not shared. I had given it yesterday, it was somehow not uploaded. I will just make sure that it is shared with you. Okay, so guys, we'll start with gravitation, but I think after the break, so I had planned for the break well ahead. Wow, there are a lot of slides. Hopefully we'll complete it. If not, we'll split it into 2 lectures, no issues. Wow. Yeah, so break time guys, I'll be seeing you guys in a bit. We'll start off with gravitation, then thermal physics, fluids, all those things are there. Okay, SHM, waves, okay, we'll do that. Yeah, cool. I'll be seeing you in some time. Okay, have lunch quickly. We'll meet at maybe, what is the time now? It's 10 minutes to 2. Maybe at 2:15 we'll meet. 2:15. Let's meet at 2:15. Okay, everybody. Let's meet at 2:15. I'll put it up over here. Cool. I'll see you. Okay. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. My dear Pandus, my dear Champas. Hello Pratisha, Vasundhara, hello Sajeev, Krishna, hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome back. Call your friends, quickly forward the message. Shreyas sir is back. And let's now start with the next question. And remember, the last question was this on rotation from NEET 2019. Now we're going to start with gravitation questions. The aim is to cover all the questions, all the PYQs from all the chapters, entire syllabus from 2019 to 2023. And you will realize why solving PYQs is important when you attend this class. In case you are not having that habit, it's that you will see the trend, you will see what examiner is going to generally ask, you will understand what to expect, you will know what not to waste your time and energy on, or else you will chumma study something which is unnecessarily complex, lengthy, and you see that in the exam they don't ask, or even if they ask, hardly sometimes they will ask. Better to study the most repeated models and the most important chapters. So guys, gear up for the remaining part, and let me tell you, I'll be doing the entire 11th today. I think the video is going longer than expected. You also need to attend chemistry, so I'll be taking the part 2 of this, maybe day after tomorrow or something. Okay, I'll announce the time, but we'll be dividing the video into 2 parts. Is that okay? Give me a thumbs up quickly. Give me a thumbs up in the chat box right now. Hello Pratibhan, hello Sukumar, nice to see you back. B3, hello Avisha. Rolling motion is not there, Sajeev. Rolling motion has been deleted, right, from the current syllabus. Yes, Priya, your captain Shreyas sir is here. Let me know if we can divide it in part 1 and part 2, or else I just chumma have to like, this is a question, next question, next question, next question. It might get hurried up. Biology can be completed in one session, but it's going more than 6 hours. That's the reason why I'm just trying to split it up. Okay, so physics will be little bit difficult to complete within today, so we'll split it up into 2 parts. The escape velocity, let's go to gravity. First question, escape velocity of the body on earth is 11.2. the same body is having a speed of 22.4. the velocity of the body at an infinite distance from the earth will be how much? That is the question. What a beautiful question, guys. Now see, usual escape velocity formula is root of 2gm by r, but the actual speed is twice of v as per the question, but the actual speed is twice of v. So just imagine this was the surface of that planet, and this was the particle which you are throwing with a speed of u. It will go very far at infinity. At infinity, the condition will be potential energy will be 0, but there will be some kinetic energy. On the surface, it has potential energy, it also has kinetic energy. Both the things are there. So let's apply energy conservation, which is initial energy of potential plus kinetic will be final energy of potential and kinetic. Potential energy initially will be minus gmm. On the surface, the distance will be r. Kinetic energy will be half m. Velocity is 2v, so it will become 2v square, which will make it 4ve square. Final potential energy is 0. Final kinetic energy is what I want to find out, because I need the final speed. So half mv square. M, small m will cancel out everywhere. So I'll be left with, what am I left with? Check this out. I'm left with minus gm by r plus, here I have 4 by 2 becomes 2, small m has cancelled, ve square. Ve square means this square, so the root will go off, so it will just become into 2gm divided by r is equal to just v square by 2. That is what I should get. Everybody with me, right? 2 2s are 4, 4 minus 1 is basically 3. 4 minus 1 is basically 3. So this will become 3gm divided by r is equal to v square by 2. Moving few terms, v square will become 2gm by r 2gm by r into basically 3 over here, right? Everything is fine till this point. Understood, everyone? So what will the next step be? Finding the speed, which is nothing but root of 2gm by r into root 3. This is nothing but escape velocity formula, which is 11.3. So 11.3 or 11.2, right? So 11.2 into root 3, which is option number D, of course. Yes, option number D. So what I did is, I know the escape speed formula. I know the speed of projection is 2 times. I imagine I've thrown it and it goes till infinity. At infinity, potential energy is 0. Kinetic energy is left over. What is the speed at infinite distance is asked. Use the energy conservation equation. Substitute all the things till you get the final answer in terms of the escape velocity itself. If you notice, this is exactly the formula of escape velocity. Formula of escape velocity right over here. That is the reason why I have put it as 11.2. That is the reason why I have put it as 11.2. Did you love this question? Yeah. Will you please send gravitation class PDF? I have sent it, if I'm not wrong, Krishna. Just let me also check again. But I had sent it long time back. It would be there as a link. If it is not sent, I'll just verify it and I will send it again. Okay, fine. Okay, all right, cool. Moving on to the next one. EAP SAT will be done on JEE channel, not here. Maybe in a week's time. Okay, we'll do something for you. Okay, Varshini, is that okay? Yes, Apurva, the answer was D. R is the radius of the earth, G is acceleration due to gravity. Then the mean density of earth, average density. How is density related to acceleration due to gravity? Not directly, anything that you know of, but acceleration due to gravity formula says it is gm by r square. Now think, can you write mass in terms of density, because that will help me towards the solution. Mass is density into volume. Volume is 4 by 3 pi r cube. R cube and r square will cancel. So I will get g rho into 4 pi into r, the whole thing divided by 3 is equal to small g. But the question is finding the mean density. So rho density will be 3 goes on the top, multiplies with acceleration due to gravity, g 4 pi r. So 4 pi g r will come below. That is what it should be, which is option number C for Captain Shreyas. Very good. Yes, Nita, that is option C, not B. Yep. Cool. No, Apurva, it is not B. There is a pi also in the answer. Be careful. There is a pi. Pi is not there in B. It is not there in A in the denominator. Okay. It needs to be in the denominator. Moving on. NEET 2023 question. Two bodies of mass m, 9m are placed at a distance of r. The gravitational potential on the line joining the bodies where the field equals to be 0. So imagine the masses are like this, m and 9m. Somewhere on the line joining them, which is at a distance r, somewhere the field is 0. Maybe this is the point. So the field due to this and the field due to this, field due to 1 and the field due to 2 cancel out each other, because the net field at that point is 0. As per the question, the gravitational field equals 0. Okay, field due to this point, if this is x, this will be r minus x. The field will be given by gm divided by x square. Field due to other mass will be g, 9 times m. Distance will be r minus x. This is x, this is r minus x. So r minus x whole square. M and g gets cancelled. So 1 by x square is 9 by r minus x whole square. Take root. 1 by x is equal to 3 by r minus x. Cross multiply. R minus x is equal to 3x. So solve this. You will get r is equal to 4x, or rather x is equal to r by 4. That is the first step of the entire problem. Now the next step. Next step is actually finding the gravitational potential at that point. So the gravitational potential at that point is potential due to 1 plus potential due to 2. So it will be minus gm by x minus g 9m by r minus x. Potential due to this is gm by r formula. So r is x, and due to 9m it will be gm by this formula with a minus sign, always negative potential. So remember, potential formulas are always negative for gravity. X value is r by 4, so put r by 4 over here, minus g into 9m. R minus r by 4 is 3r by 4, so put 3r by 4 over here. Take few things common like minus gm, then what else you have, 4 also you can take out common, so 4gm is common, r is there below, and what am I left with, 1 is there over here, and over here 3 cancels with 9 becomes 3, and this will become 1 plus 3, which will make it 4. So I think it should become minus 16 times gm divided by r. Just check this out. Yes, minus 16 times gm divided by r. That is option number B for biology. B for Baswa sir. Yes, correcto. Baswa sir has a new name, Baswasaurus, but not like his name. Sir is very cool. The way sir teaches botany, I think, is miraculous. I was seeing the comments that you guys have put up. It's really amazing, guys. Keep it up. Keep it up. Right? Yeah. So it was like Baswa sir was meant to teach botany. B for biology, B for botany, B for Baswa sir. Right? Cool. Let's go to the next question coming up on the screen. Here it is. A satellite is orbiting just above the surface of the earth with a period of t. If d is the density, g is universal constant, the quantity, this represents what? This particular quantity represents what is the question? Think, is there something that you know of which relates density, time period, etc.? I think not density, but mass and time and radius, I think there is some quantity. Remember Kepler's law for satellite, which told us t is, time period of a satellite is 2 pi root of r cube by gm. This was the formula. It directly does not relate density, but mass is there. Mass can be converted into density, which can be written down as r cube. Instead of mass, write density into volume, which is 4 by 3 into pi r cube. Best part, r cube cancels, so I am left with 2 pi root of r cube, and here I have 4 pi g rho. 4 pi g rho, r cube got cancelled, and 3 is there on the top. This is t, square it, so t square will become 4 pi square. In fact, here I will have 3r cube, and below I have 4 pi g rho. 4 pi cancels, and I'm left with t square is equal to, only 1 pi remains, 4 pi cancels, 1 pi remains, so it will become 3 pi, oops, why did I put r cube? I'm so sorry, r cube just got cancelled, right? Only 3 is there, r cube is not there, sorry, okay, only 3 pi will be there, and at the bottom what will be there? G rho will be there, So what is 3 pi by g rho? 3 pi by g rho, exactly, it is t square, guys, so it is option A. It is option A. Yes, you can see directly, whatever that quantity I have written is just exactly option A. How did it click me? It clicked because time period of revolution I know, and I know it is related to mass. Mass can be written down in density. And the moment I saw t square, t cube, etc., I remembered Kepler's law. And I know satellite formula is also like Kepler's third law. Time square is proportional to r cube. That is how I was able to get it. Yeah. Can you solve it by dimensional? Yes, you can also solve it by dimension. But solving by dimension will take you more time. This formula is very easy. And next formula is density. That's all. And after this, 1, 2, 3, fourth step, you have got the answer. Fourth step, you have directly got the answer. Okay. So moving on to the next one. There is a gravitational field. It's there in a region, and a mass is shifted from point A to point B through different paths. W1, W2, W3 represents the work done by the forces in the respective paths. The question was asked in NEET 2022. Question is, compare the works. Which work is more? Which work is less? Can you guys predict it? I think you can. I think you can. Think carefully. Everybody should be able to spam the answer. What is the speciality of gravitational field? It is conservative. And when I say it is conservative, that means the work is independent. It is independent of what? The path taken. However you go, the work done is always the same. So W1, W2, W3 is the same. Electric field, your gravitational field, elastic spring-like forces, they are all conservative fields. So that is why the work done does not depend on the path. But if the same thing was for friction, drag force, viscous force, then you will see the work done depends on which path you take. Next one on your screen. Gravitational field potential is given by this. The gravitational field at this particular point is going to be how much? Think. What is the logic for solving this question? Potential is a function of x. Question is find the field. What is the relation between field and potential? Recollect, just like force was minus du by dr, same way field is minus dv by dr. So field, gravitational field is minus dv by dr. But when you are finding x field, then you don't have to differentiate with respect to r, you need to differentiate it with respect to x only. So in this case, it will be minus d by dx of k x power, it's minus k by x, x power is minus 1. Minus minus becomes plus, so it will become just the derivative of x raised to minus 1 with respect to x, which is minus 1 into x raised to minus 2, which I can write it as minus 1 by x square. Now the best part is that if you notice carefully, potential is only a function of x. There is no y or z. That means when you differentiate potential with respect to y, or when you differentiate potential with respect to z, the answer will be 0. That means the electric field component in the y direction is 0, electric field component in the z direction is also 0. So the gravitational field will be only there in the x direction, and that will be nothing but minus 1 by x square. Minus 1 by x square. But the question is at this point, so substitute x as 2, so it will be 2 square, which will make it minus 1 by 4. But I think I missed the k somewhere over here, my bad. Let me put that k here. This is also k, this is also k. So I think I missed that k over here. That k was missing. I'll just put that k over here and k. So minus k by 4, guys. Minus k by 4 is option number D. Option number D. Is that okay? Clear? Yes. Very good. No, it is not C. It is option D. Did you understand why the y component and the z components of the gravitational field are 0? Because it is not even dependent on them. So when you differentiate it, the derivative will be 0. So there will be no component at all. Only the x component is present. And in the end, you will substitute this. You will ask me, sir, what is the use of 0 and 3? It is useless because it came out to be 0. But if that was a function of y and z, then these two values would have been useful. I would substitute it in the end. Right now, it is of no use for me. Right? So moving ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. A body of certain mass experiences gravitational force when placed at a particular point. The magnitude of the field at that point. Guys, this was one of the easiest question I feel. This is purely the definition of the field. Field is nothing but the force per unit test mass. That is the definition of the field. So the field will be the force, which is there 3, divided by the mass, which is 60 grams. 60 into 10 to the power minus 3. Correct? This will become 10 to the power minus 2. So it will become 3 by 6 into 10 to the power 2, which is nothing but 50 Newton per kg, right? 50 Newton per kg. Is that right, everybody? Understanding this? Clear? Very nice, very nice. Remember, the units is Newton per kg because this was in Newton, this was in kg. I converted the grams into kg. So that is why it is 50 Newtons per kg. That's the unit of Gravitational field, electric field has a unit of volt per meter or Newton per coulomb. Now this was a question asked in NEET 2022, which was match the following, and that too dimensionally, and all the things over here are related to gravity. You can consider this question as dimensional question or even a question of gravity. If you know gravity for questions, theory, you can solve this. Otherwise, you will not be able to solve even if you know units and dimensions. So gravitational constant, potential energy, gravitational potential, and gravitational intensity. Few things are very, very simple. Which is the easiest of them all? A, B, C or D? Which is the easiest of these? Which is the easiest of these? Tell me guys. I think the easiest of them is gravitational potential energy. Just look at this word energy. Energy is m raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to minus 2. So I think there is only one such option like that over here. So this will directly match with this. B will directly go with this. Is that right? Correct. Then the second easiest is potential. I'll tell you why also. Potential is energy per unit mass. So whatever dimensions you get, divide it with mass. So just ignore the mass term. L square T raised to minus 2. So potential will be exactly this one. So it will match with 1. It will match with 1. Is that right, everybody? Is that right, everybody? Exactly. Then options would be given. Just check which of the options match with this. Just directly check it. Directly mark that option. You won't even have to check other things. But who knows? Sometimes you might have to check few more options. For example, gravitational intensity means field. Gravitational intensity means field. And the field is force per unit mass. Force is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. And mass is m raised to 1. So L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2 is there over here. So naturally, you don't even have to check this. Naturally, G will go with 2. This will go with this. Is that okay? That is the answer. That is the answer. A goes with 2, B goes with 4, C goes with 1, D goes with 3. That's it. Excellent. Some of you have got it. Very good, Krishna, Rohit, Srinath, Pratyusha. Yes. Very good, Sarojini. Excellent, guys. Moving on to the next question on your screen now. The escape speed on the Earth's surface is V. Escape speed on another planet of radius 4 times and same mass density is how much? So the first step is somehow write everything in terms of density. And as you are solving more and more gravity questions, you are realizing that many questions, instead of mass, they are using the word density. That means this is very important. You should note it down. That yeah, many questions will contain density in it. So you should know the conversion factor. So escape velocity formula is root of 2 gm by r. The way you convert mass into density is mass is density into volume. And volume is 4 by 3 pi r cube. Great. So what all will happen? 4 goes outside, will become 2. Then over here r and r cube will become r square. Root of r square is r. Inside this you will have g, you will have rho, you will also have pi, you will also have 2, and you will also have 3. That's it. So pi is there, r square went out, 4's root is 2, this 2 remained, g is also there, r is cancelled from this, and 3 remains as it is. So that is the escape velocity. Now as per the given question, the same mass density is given. Same mass density is given, that means rho is same. Pi, 2, 3, g are constants. So escape velocity is directly proportional to r. Escape velocity is directly proportional to r. So if the radius has become 4 times, if this radius becomes 4 times, even the escape velocity will become 4 times. So where is it? A for Ames, are you seeing it? A for Ames is the answer. Such a simple question, but it becomes simple only if you solve this part first. You write mass into density, and then you see the actual relationship between radius and velocity. If you solve for Earth separate, planet separate, then take the ratio, you're wasting your time. And what did I tell you even before the break? Whenever ratio problem comes, always find the relationship between given and the variable to be found. Here, escape velocity has to be found. R was given to you. Other things might be constant. Once you know the relationship, easily you can find out what happens to the variables. Is that understood, guys? This is the trick which I am teaching you, or else you will be wasting a lot of time. Particle is projected with some velocity k times v. K is less than 1 means the speed is lesser than the escape speed. The maximum height about the earth's surface is how much? Okay, this is straightforward, guys. I'll tell you what you can do. So this is the surface of the planet. You're throwing it with some speed. Let's say I call it k times v. It will go up and it will stop over here. Let's say this is h. This is your radius of the planet. This is basically the center of the earth. Okay, here it stops. Use energy equation. Initial energy of potential and kinetic will be final energy of potential and kinetic. That's all you need to use. Initially when it was thrown, potential energy was minus gmm divided by r. Kinetic energy was half m speed square, which is k into ve square. Final potential energy when it goes up is minus gmm by r plus h. And kinetic energy is 0 because it stops over there, right? It stops over there. The question is to find the maximum height. Okay, let's see what we can do over here. So minus g m, small m is cancelled everywhere. Small m, small m, small m. Just cancel it out everywhere. So gm by r with negative sign is there, plus half into k square is there. Escape speed formula is 2gm by r under the root, square it, it will just become 2gm by r. Okay, how did I get it? I'm just putting it over here because that is root of 2gm by r. I'm using that formula. The root cancels. This will become minus gm by r plus h. Okay, I can see many things getting cancelled like gm. Okay, perfect. What else is there? I don't think anything else is there. Okay, here I can take r common, so 1 by r common. Here I have 1 and here 2 and 2 also got cancelled actually. 1 minus k square is there and this is minus of 1 by r plus h. Oh, 1 second. This should have been minus. This should have been minus. Yeah, minus 1 and minus becomes plus. All right, perfect, perfect. So cancelling minus sign on both the sides. If I cancel minus sign on both the sides, it will look like this. So it will be like this. Perfect. Now cross multiply, guys. All you have to do is cross multiply or just take the reciprocal. So r plus h will be nothing but this small r, this r goes on the top and this will be 1 minus k square. 1 minus k square. So h will be nothing but r by 1 minus k square minus this r. So it will be r, what do you say, 1 minus, here you will have 1 minus will become plus, so k square, whole thing divided by 1 minus k square. So 1 and 1 cancel, so it will become r k square by 1 minus k square, which is option A. Yes, which is option A. So this will lead us to this. 1 and 1 cancel, so r k square by 1 minus k square. So that is the answer. Yes, the problem is slightly lengthy. This was in 2021. You need to please remember that, see, not all questions will be of the same size. So if I tell you, listen, there are, 45 questions which you have to solve. 45 questions which you have to solve. And let's say you take 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours is basically, example, 90 minutes to solve the entire physics section, example. So because there are 45 questions, so this is the 45th question and this is your first question. Please remember, every question on an average might take around 2 minutes for you to solve. On an average, 2 minutes to solve. But not all questions will take 2 minutes. Some questions you have seen are very simple. So you have to adjust this particular time. So you might take more time somewhere. So you will take less time somewhere. You will take some medium time. Then you will take lot of time somewhere. Then maybe few questions you will be able to solve very quickly. So you have to adjust that accordingly. Remember it. Okay. Not all questions will be solvable in the same time. And this was one of the questions which can easily take you, how much time, guys? 3 minutes also, or even sometimes 4 minutes. 3 minutes is ideal, but more than 4 should not happen. If it is taking more than 4, then you have to practice more variety of questions is what I would say. Correct? Alright, moving ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. A body is weighing 72 Newton on the surface. What is the force at a height equal to half the radius of the earth? When you go up, gravitational acceleration reduces, that's why weight reduces. So what we need to do is find the new acceleration due to gravity, and the gravitational acceleration at height h is given by gm by r plus h whole square. The height is half the radius of the earth, so r plus r by 2 whole square, that will make it gm by, this is 3 by 2, 3 square is 9, so 9r square, and 2 square is 4, so 4 goes on the top, but gm by r square is nothing but acceleration due to gravity on the surface. So 4/9 of gravity on the surface is the gravity at height h. So that also means the weight at height h is 4/9 the weight on the surface. So 4/9 into what is it? 72. Is that okay? 9 8s are 72, 8 4s are 32. So that should give me option B as the answer. Option B as the answer. Got it? Very good, Aditya. Yes, option B. No, it is not 32 Newton. It is B. Yes. Yeah, it is 32 Newton. Option B. Yeah, correct. Moving on. Can you see a lot of questions are coming from gravity, but Newton's laws, rotational motion, Newton's laws was very less, and that the questions were very conceptual. Rotational motion, which many people are scared of, questions are again less, and questions are very straightforward. Finding energy, finding inertia, or finding the torque, finding alpha, those kind of questions are very commonly asked. So that means, you need to prepare accordingly. Just don't solve random complicated questions from Newton's laws or rotation. Work done to raise the mass from the surface to a height h, which is equal to the radius of the earth, is how much? So let's draw the situation so that we understand it. So you are taking this mass to a height which is equal to the radius, right? So this is from the surface. So how much work is done? The work done is the change of the potential energy, which is final minus initial. That's all you need to write down first. Final energy, when you go on the top, the total separation from the center, is basically 2r. So final energy will be minus gmm by 2r. Initial energy is minus gmm. You are on the surface. So separation is just r from the center. So this is plus 1. So 1 minus half is half. So it will become gmm by 2r. Just check this out. Is that right? But the question is, what is the answer in terms of small g? Okay, I know what to do. Because this is a small substitution which you can do. Because g is equal to gm by r square. Therefore, gm is equal to small g r square. This substitution you can do over here. Instead of gm, write gr square. Just write gr square. That's it. The small m is there and this 2r is also there. So what will happen? R and r cancels. So you will get mgr divided by 2. So mgr divided by 2 is option number C. Very good. Very good. Very good. Shall we go ahead? Excellent. Yes, C for Captain Shreyas sir. Yes, Venu. Very good, Aditya. Very good, Pratyusha. Awesome, Krishna. Very good. Let's move on. Keep spamming the answer. I will feel so happy. Forget about my happiness also. I mean, just think the amount of confidence that you will get. You are answering PYQs live in YouTube and you are getting it correct. The confidence that you get will be next level. So don't think, okay, I know, why should I type it? You will feel super confident. And even if you're answering late, it's okay. I mean, even if you're taking 5-10 seconds, half a minute extra, it's okay. That means you are able to get it. Maybe you take some time. You have 1 month. We have to increase speed. How to increase speed? Practice. Practice. Imagine the same question I ask you to do it again. You will do it in a faster time. If I ask you to do it one more time, you will do it like this. So that is why practice, guys. The last 1 month is not reading new theory. It is about your practice. That is why we have come here to practice all these questions. NEET 2019, body weight, this much. How much will it weigh? Halfway down the center of the earth. Guys, you know what? There is a trick to remember, or sorry, solve this. There is a graphical question which had come sometime back. Acceleration due to gravity versus the distance from the center. And the graph is a very interesting one. It is a straight line and then it goes like this. And this is a straight line till the surface. Till the surface. This quickly tells me that if I am on the surface and let's say for example, I was weighing 200 Newton. If I am going exactly middle, what will my weight be? It will be 100 Newton. So directly you can mark the answer as option C, which is 100 Newton. That is a very easy way to solve the problem. What some people do is they use this formula. GD is equal to G 1 minus depth by R. The depth is nothing but R by 2. Okay, fine. So this will become RR cancels 1 minus half, which is half. So G into half. So that means the weight at depth D is weight on the surface divided by 2, which means it is 200 by 2, which is 100. This is also correct, but it is slightly lengthy. If you know the graph, tuck karke you will solve it, right? So that is the best part about the solution. Wow, we have completed gravity. Ready for properties of matter? Yes, Raja, all the PYQs are going to be covered. See what some YouTube videos will be like PYQs, top PYQs, top, not all. This is all PYQs. That is the speciality of this class. And today I am doing all the 11th standard PYQs. There will be another lecture of 12th standard PYQs because physics usually takes more time than biology. So in biology most likely you will be completing most of it, but for physics I'll be dividing it into two parts. I'm not skipping anything as we are doing all the PYQs, including the Manipur paper. Do you remember last year there was a problem and Manipur had to write the exam later on because of some problems. So we are taking that paper also into account. That is the best part. Noor Sadia, will I keep this video in the channel? What will I do, man? Where will I take this video? Obviously it will be there in the channel. I will not take it anywhere. Why will I delete it? I am not that selfish. I want students to use this video. Yeah, this video will be there even today, tomorrow, next year. Yes, nothing will happen. But yeah, if you don't shower your love, support, then I might feel that okay, and whatever I'm doing is waste. Maybe I'll not take few classes then. Guys, I need your support, enthusiasm. Shreyas sir also is a human person. Like, no, Shreyas sir means come like a robot. One class, two class, third class. Diksha ma'am, okay, one class, second class, third class. No, we are not like that, guys. We are humans. We need your love and support. Understand that. Okay, going on to the next question. The amount of elastic potential energy per unit volume of a steel wire of length 100 centimeters to stretch it by 1 millimeter is how much? That is the question. Think, what will you do? Elastic potential energy. What is the formula? What and all is given? Okay, Young's modulus, yes, given. X extension, given. Original length, yes, given. Per unit volume is asked. Okay, the elastic potential energy per unit volume is given by half stress into strain. I can do one thing. I can write stress as Young's modulus into strain. Makes sense? Stress by strain is Young's modulus. So stress is Young's modulus into strain. So it will become half Young's modulus into strain square. That's it. That is enough for me to now solve the problem. Half is half Young's modulus to 10 to the power 11 into strain. Strain is change by original. Change is 1 millimeter. Original is 100 centimeters, which is 1000 millimeters, right? And then square this. So this will become 2 cancels 10 to the power 11. This will become 1 by 10 to the power 3. This will become 10 to the power 6. This will make it 10 to the power 5. 10 to the power 5 is D option. Just check it out. Yes, it is D option. This is always joules per meter cube. Energy density. Energy per unit volume. That is what it says. Exactly. Is that right, everybody? Shall we go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? Yep. Let's move on. Let's move on. Which of the following statement is not true? Come on, this is a simple question. I want everybody spamming it. Everybody spamming it. Everybody. Wow. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you, Krishna. Glad you are enjoying. Krishna is our regular student. Krishna has learned everything. Priya, in my Super 6 and Final Over series, no, I have taken all the in-text and the exercise important questions over there. So if you've been watching those things, most of the questions would have been important ones would have been covered. But some more questions I'll be taking it up as a practice session, maybe some other day, but not now, but soon. Yeah. Yeah. What is the answer? Is it D? Which of the following is not true? Be careful. Coefficient of viscosity is a scalar quantity. Yeah, viscosity. Yes. Surface tension. Yes. Relative density is a scalar quantity. Yes. Pressure is a vector quantity. No. Pressure is not a vector quantity, guys. Pressure does not have direction. It acts in all the directions. So yes, which is not true was asked. You forgot. Okay. And somebody was asking, sir, please explain the last part. See here, this is a standard formula. Energy density is energy per unit volume. Formula is half strain into stress. And how did I get this from here to here? Young's modulus is stress by strain. So take strain over here. Young's modulus into strain gives me stress. Gives me stress. So that is what I have done over here. And this will become half into y into epsilon square, which is strain square. And this strain is nothing but change in length upon original length. Change in length upon original length. So change in length was 1 millimeter x and original length was 1000 millimeter, because 100 centimeter is 1000 millimeters. I need to keep the same units. That's why I have done the conversion. I then did the simple math over here. Is that okay? Fine. Right. Let's go on to the next question on your screen. Here it is. Viscous drag acting on a metal sphere of diameter 1 millimeter falling through a fluid of viscosity this much with a velocity of this much is how much? Okay. The viscous drag force, Stokes law, guys, is nothing but 6 pi eta r v. 6 pi is basically 3.14. Viscous coefficient is 0.8. Radius 1 millimeter is the diameter. So radius is 0.5 millimeter. So it will be 0.5 10 to the power minus 3 meters. Speed 2. That's it. Speed is basically 2. Multiply all these numbers and see what do you get. Multiply all these numbers, guys. Yeah. 0.5 into 2 is 1. Okay. 0.5 into 2 is 1. So 6 into 3.14 into 8 into this got cancelled with this. That's all. And I will just have 10 to the power minus 4. 10 to the power minus 4. So 6 3s are 18 and you have 18 into 8. It's going to go slightly higher and it will come close to 1.5. Yeah, just check. 15 into 10 to the power minus 3. 15 into 10 to the power minus 3. If you are getting it close to that, very good. So it will be close to 150 into 10 to the power minus 4. Take that 0 away. It will become 15 into 10 to the power minus 3. Yes. Very good if you got this. Excellent. A for Ames. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. The Venturi meter works on which principle? Which chapter is this from? Venturi meter works on the principle of Venturi meter. It's a device used to measure basically the speed of the air or the flow of the liquid, right? So Venturi meter. Come on, guys. What principle does it work on? Like this, I will put. Oops. Venturi meter, if you remember this. What principle does it work on? The flow of the liquid is like this. The speed changes, the pressure changes. The pressure change is measured by the height difference over here, right? The pressure difference is measured by the height difference over here. That gives me the speed. Yes, the principle of Bernoulli, not perpendicular axis theorem, Huygens principle, definitely not. This was in 2023. Such a simple question came. Yeah, everybody has started spamming the answer. Very good. Proud of you. Next one on your screen now. Let a wire be suspended from the ceiling stretched by W. The longitudinal stress at any point of area A of the wire is how much? See, it's a wire. It's stretched by a weight attached at the free end. This is that wire. This is that wire. Okay. And there is a weight attached to it, W. Now, whether you go here, here, here or here, the tension is going to be the same and it will be equal to the weight. So the stress, which is tension by the area, will be W by A. It will be same everywhere because the wire's mass has to be neglected. It is not even given. So only the weight of the attached mass is given to you. So it is W by A. That is the answer. Another statement based question, theoretical question. Let's see if we can answer it. Two vessels, same base area but different shapes. A takes twice the volume of water as that of B, requires to fill up to a particular common height. Then the correct statement is. Then what is the correct statement? That is the question. Come on, think about it. So I'll just draw the two containers for you. Let's say this is A, but different shapes. A takes twice the volume of water as that of B, but the height is basically the same. This is, let's say, B. Okay, you can see the base area is the same. This base area is the same. Over here there is more amount of liquid. Here there is less amount of liquid. In fact, double this amount is there over here. Double the amount is there over here. And one thing is given, and that is basically the height is the same. So what will happen? The pressure which is there at this point or this point, the pressure is P naught plus rho G H. H is same, G is same, rho is same, P naught is same, P will be also same. So the pressure on the base of both the vessels should be the same. So it should be B for Balaji. Exactly. That is the correct answer. Very good, Venu. Finally, you got the answer. Yes, Aditya. Hello, sir. Latecomer. Sensei. What happened, my dear? You had school, college, or forgot, or slept off, or were doing something else? Come on, come on. It's okay. Welcome, Sensei. Sensei is our sincere student from Northeast. Yes. I forgot the city, Sensei. Which city you are from? Please let us know. I want to come to your city very soon after your NEET examination for sure. Terminal velocity of copper ball of radius 5 mm falling through a tank of oil at room temperature is 10. Viscosity of oil at the temperature is this much. What's the drag force? What's the drag force? Come on, think about it. Same question got repeated just some time back. You saw it. It's exactly the same. The drag force is 6 pi eta RV. If you are wondering where is what, well, speed is given. This is basically your V. So V is basically 10 centimeters means 0.1 meters per second. Then radius is 5 millimeters means into 10 to the power 3 meters, minus 3 meters. Viscosity is 0.9. This is 0.9. Everything is given. Just finding out the force is not a big deal now. It comes out as 8.48. Same question has got repeated. That's the best part. Same question has got repeated just some time back, I told you. Ayyo, Sensei, you are from Chennai. Okay, there is one more person by similar name then I guess. Sorry. Okay, Sensei is from Chennai. Yeah. So where was this? Look at this question. This was asked in 2023. Consecutive years they have asked the same kind of question. Speed is given, eta is given, r is given. Okay, so that means this is an important model of the question. Let's go to the next. This is also very famous. How is the curve of the speed of the ball versus time going to look like? How is the curve of the speed of the ball versus time going to look like? When you drop something in a viscous fluid. So when you drop it, initially it has zero speed. It has zero speed. But slowly what happens? The speed increases, then even increases more, and then it almost remains constant. It will become the terminal velocity. It should become constant. And there is only one graph which is like that, which increases starting from 0 and becomes constant, and that is none other than option B. Exactly, you can see that option B is the correct one. You can see the graph goes like this, and it is like this, right? So it is definitely option B. It is becoming constant. After it reaches here, it is becoming almost constant. It is not changing. So that is your terminal velocity. This question has come in NEET 2022. So much you will be wishing, sir, I wish I gave the paper then. Okay, how many of you are, by the way, droppers, and how many of you are in 12th? And if there are some 11th standard kids, do let me know, because there will be some students who are in full josh. NEET 2025 students who are moving from 11th to 12th. Sir, I want to attend all these PYQs and see how much am I getting. So any 11th standard student, any 12th standard student, and how many of you are droppers? I am guessing many will be dropper students, but still. So bubble expands, the pressure inside the bubble will, what will happen? Increase, decrease, remains the same or equal to the atmospheric pressure? If you answer this question, I would be very, very happy. Wow, we have somebody from 10th standard, Avisha Pandey. Wow, very good, yeah. You are able to solve. Pakka. This is crazy level, next level this is. 10th standard students also. Ayo, Sensei, why are you sad, man? Dropper, 12. Wow, we have almost like 12th and droppers, most of it. Yeah, so the correct answer is decreases, because the formula is delta P is 4S by R. If R increases, pressure decreases. It's inversely proportional. This is the formula. So many students get it wrong. They think it will increase. So what are you seeing in fluids and elasticity is that most of the questions are statement based, theoretical based, not very complex mathematical questions, right? Right. Let's go. Assertion reasoning. The strength of a spring is determined by the shear modulus. A coil spring of copper has more strength than a steel spring of same dimensions. That's the question. Come on. This is completely theoretical. Completely theoretical. A coil spring of copper has more strength than steel. I think steel is stronger. Steel is definitely stronger as compared to copper. That is general knowledge, common sense. So I think reason is definitely false. So 100% this would be the correct answer. You don't even, both are false is not there. Acha. So both are false is not there. You will directly mark C. You will not even check option A. That is a trick to solve assertion reason questions. Always go with the second statement, not with the first statement. If second statement is false, don't even check the first statement. If it is false, 100% option C. Unless there was another option saying, you know, this is also false and this is also false. Both are false. Then you will have to check it. If this was correct, then only go to the first statement or the assertion. Now, you can see the stretching of the spring is determined by the shear modulus. Yeah, it is by the shear modulus, because when a spring expands, the coil twists. The coil, if imagine you take the coil, this is the coil of the spring. This is the coil. I have taken a small part of it. Think of it to be made of multiple discs, thin disc. Each disc relative to the next disc will slide. There will be sliding motion. Sliding motion means shearing motion. That is why the strength of a spring is determined by the shear modulus, not anything else. Okay. Moving on to the next one, guys, coming up on your screen. The velocity of a ball and density something dropped in a container becomes constant after some time. Density of glycerin is d/2. Viscous force acting on the ball will be how much? Okay, let's try to think about this. This ball is there. Density of glycerin is given. Viscous force acting on the ball. So, can we first find the terminal speed? Yeah, terminal speed is 2/9. Here you have r square, here you have g, and here you have eta, and then you have density of the ball minus the density of the liquid. That's what you get. So d minus d by 2 is d by 2, 2 cancels. So you will get r square gd by 9 eta. That is your terminal speed. That is your terminal speed. But that is not the question. The question is something else. The question is, what is the force acting on the ball? So the force acting on the ball is 6 pi eta rv. Every year they are asking this. This is in 2021, 2022, 2023 also they ask force acting of viscosity. So 6 is there, pi is there, eta is there, r is there. Instead of velocity, put this. You will put this as r cube g d divided by 9 eta. Eta cancels. Sorry, this was not r cube, r square was there. R square gd by 9 eta. Eta cancels. Okay, let's see what else we get. Pi is there, 6 and 9. So this will become 2 by 3. Pi is there, r cube is there, eta has cancelled, 9 has gone with 6, 2 by 3 times. And this g is there and this d is there. Now density is mass by volume. Now density is mass by volume. So why not put instead of density the mass by volume? Volume is 4 by 3 pi r cube. So many things will get cancelled now. Pi, r cube, this 3 and this 3, this 2 and this 4 will become 2 times. So what am I left with is just mg divided by 2. Mg by 2 is option B. Yes, that is the correct answer. Terminal speed formula is needed and Stokes law formula is also needed. So both these formulas were needed. Is that right? Everybody? Shall we go ahead? Shall we go ahead, everyone? Come on. Yes. Very good. Let's move on to the next one. Coming up on your screen. A capillary tube of certain radius is immersed in water and the water rises to a height h. The mass of the water in the capillary is 5 gram. Another tube of radius 2r is immersed in the water. The mass of the water in that tube. So somehow mass of the liquid in that tube, capillary tube, is asked. Mass of the liquid in that capillary tube is asked. And how is it related to the radius of the tube? Well, in order to find this mass, right, I'll just write density into volume. Volume is pi r square into h. But wait a minute, height is nothing but 2s, right? 2s, and here we have cos theta by rho g r. 2s cos theta by rho g r. Okay, density cancels. One of the r cancels. What is interesting to see is mass is directly proportional to the radius. Mass is directly proportional to the radius. Everything else is constant. This r cancelled with this. Only this r is remaining over here and this mass is remaining over here. They both are related. Everything else is a constant. So therefore, if it is clearly mentioned that what have you done? Of radius 2r, that means the radius has been doubled. Even the mass will be doubled. The original mass was 5 gram. So this will become 10 gram. So that should be the answer. 10 gram. Directly you can solve it. So this was actually an easy question. If you do it this way, else you will break your head and solve it via complex methods. Many solution books give very complex methods. Next one on your screen now. Wire's length is given. Area of cross section is given. Length is changed to L1 when suspended. The expression of Young's modulus. Young's modulus is stress by strain. Stress is force by area. Strain is change in length by original length. Now, force is there as it is. The force actually comes by the weight. That means it should be mg. Force is coming by the weight which is suspended. So it is mg. Area is A only. Change in length is here. Original length is here. Now, what is the original length? It is given. Kya? The length of the wire is changed to L1. Original length was L only. Okay. What is X? Is the change in the length. So it is the final length minus the old length. So mgl by A, L1 minus L. mgl by A, L1 minus L. That is exactly option C. That is exactly option C. Cool. Everybody, shall we go ahead to the next one? Coming up on your screen now. Copper, aluminium, unknown length, increase in the length depending on the temperature. The length of the aluminium rod is how much? So, Read the question. Copper rod is of some centimeters, aluminum rod is of some unknown centimeters. Their increase in the length is independent of the increase in the temperature. They have their increase in the length which is independent of the temperature. The length of the aluminum rod is, so what can I say over here? The copper rod, unknown length, have their increase in the length independent. So delta L of copper is equal to delta L of aluminum. This is what it is. Their increase in the length is independent of the temperature. This is same for all the temperatures. Delta L is original length of the copper into alpha of the copper into delta T. This is equal to original length of aluminum into alpha of aluminum into delta T. Delta T cancels. Length of the copper is 88. Alpha of the copper is 1.7 10 to the power minus 5. Length I don't know. Alpha is 2.2 10 to the power minus 5. So length of aluminum will be nothing but, you can write this as 88 into 17 divided by 22. 22 goes with this 4 times. Alright, and what do we get? 68. Just check this out. 68 should be the answer. Yes, it is 68. 68 centimeters. Perfect. That is the answer. So it is independent of the length, means whatever you do, the change is the same. So both their lengths are changing by the same amount no matter what the temperature is. That is how I figured it out, and this is your thermal expansion formula, isn't it? This is your thermal expansion formula. Going ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. When a block is suspended by a long wire of length L, the length of the wire becomes L plus L. The elastic potential energy stored in the extended wire is how much? Interesting. The elastic potential energy stored in the extended wire is how much? That's the question. Now I'll tell you what, in these kind of questions, the energy stored can be directly written down as half kx square formula, just like a spring. This is like a spring potential energy, but the k value, write it as YA by L. That is the equivalent spring constant of an elastic rod. So I'll write it over here. Equivalent spring constant of elastic rod. Elastic rod is given by K is equal to YA by L. That is the conversion formula. A rod which can be stretched can be treated like a spring of this constant. So that is why I use this. Now the length becomes L plus L. So what else is there? Yeah, I can write this as half Young's modulus as it is, A as it is, L as it is. X is nothing but small l, I believe. Instead of Young's modulus, I feel we should write something else, because see, Young's modulus is stress by strain, and stress is nothing but mg by area into strain. So mg by area into strain. Area cancels, and I am left with half mg small l square strain into capital L. Now strain, I can do one more thing. Instead of writing strain like that, how about writing it as change in length upon original length. Change in length upon original length, this and this cancels, this and this also cancels, so it will become basically half mg small l. Half mg small l. Yes, that is there as option C. Perfect. We got that also. So I use this conversion formula. I got it. Some of you will be like, sir, I didn't remember it. I didn't know about it. Please check out my lecture. I have given this formula and how to convert from spring to elastic rod or elastic rod to spring. And then I realized that Young's modulus is not there in the answer. That's why I use this conversion. I remembered Young's modulus formula. I substituted it here. I simplified it. And the strain, I wrote it as this. Okay, as change in length by original length, and I got the answer. right? So that is how we do it. So it's all about how well you are able to recollect the formulas. You will get stuck somewhere. Think, is there some formula which I can use and proceed ahead? You will see the options. The option will not have some term, like for example Young's modulus. Think, is there some formula of Young's modulus that I know in terms of the given variables? Keep on substituting till you get the answer in the given terms in the option. That's all you need to do. Small hole of area present near the bottom. The rate of flow of the water to the open hole will be how much? Okay, first of all, the velocity of efflux formula, remember it is root of 2gh. So when you have a tank like this and there is a hole, this is basically height h, the liquid will come out with some speed. What is the rate of the liquid coming out is the question. So first we'll find the speed and then you can find the rate of flow. The rate of flow is always the area of cross section into the speed. So this will be area of cross section is 2 millimeters square. So 2 into 10 to the power minus 6 into root of 2 into g, which is 10 into height. Height is basically 2. That's it. So that is what it will be. So you can take 2 outside. So this will become 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. When you take 2 outside, it will become 2. And root of 10 is roughly like pi. So you can write it 3.14. Yeah, so 4 into 3, 12. So just check this out, see if you get it. Fill the open type. Yeah, small hole is there. Yes, everything would be approximately. Just check it out. If it is 6.4 into 10 to the power minus 6. Just check this out, okay? 6.4 into 10 to the power minus 6. Root of 2gh, I think hole is also there. Yeah, everything is given. Perfect. That's all. Cool, guys. Some of you are saying D for Delhi. Even I am feeling that the answer given over here is wrong, because 2 to the 4, 4 to the 12. It should be more than 12 for sure. The option given over here doesn't make sense. This should not be this. This should be this. This should be this. Yeah, it should be 12.6 into 10 to the power minus 6. Yeah, the option marked over here is wrong. Ignore that. Next one. The unit of thermal conductivity was asked in 2019 standard question. So what you can do is heat current dq by dt is thermal conductivity. Then you have area into temperature difference by the length. This is energy per unit time. So dimensions will be m raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to minus 2 for energy. For time it is T raised to 1. This was energy. Thermal conductivity, I don't know. Then area is basically meter square, so length square. Temperature is Kelvin. So I'll do one thing. I'll just put over here conductivity, because that K and Kelvin should not be confused. This is K, Kelvin, and this is length, again meters. This is again meters. So the dimensional formula for conductivity will be, first of all, see what and all will happen. This will get cancelled. This will become T raised to minus 3. Then this will get cancelled. This will become L raised to 1. So shift this on the other side. You will get m raised to 1, L raised to 2, time raised to minus 3. But 1 L over here and 1 L over here will get cancelled, and you will get L raised to 1. If you want, I'll just put L below over here for now, and I bring it below, and Kelvin raised to minus 1. So what will the final answer be? It will become, oh sorry, this was not the dimensions. I found the units. I think there was one more question on units also somewhere. Maybe somewhere it was asked sometime. I just found out the dimensions. We didn't have to find the dimensions, we had to find the units. So this would give the dimensions. If you want to find the units, use the same thing. dq by dt is equal to Ka delta T by length. This is joules per second, which is watts. This is basically watts. So this is for your conductivity. You have to find out. For the conductivity, you have to find the units. Area is meter square. This is Kelvin. This is meter. So this meter and this meter will cancel. So the unit of conductivity will be watts and then you will have meter below and Kelvin also below. So watt per meter Kelvin, which is option D, of course. Yes, that is correct. If you are asked a dimensional formula, then this would be the correct answer, where you would have m1 L raised to 1 T raised to minus 3 Kelvin raised to minus 1. That would be the dimensional formula. That would be the dimensional formula, right? But units wise, this would be the answer. Soap bubble is blown to from this particular surface tension is the value given for the detergent solution. Pressure equals at a point Z0 below the free surface. I think some printing okay, Z0, I think the 0 was supposed to be below. As far as that part is concerned, I'm guessing it is. From the free surface of the water in a container, taking G as 10, density of water as 10, the value of Z0 is how much? Okay, so there is a bubble of radius some millimeters. It is blown from the detergent solution having a surface tension of this much. The pressure inside the bubble equals a pressure at a point which is below the free surface of the water. How much below you should go to get the same pressure as inside the bubble? So the pressure inside the bubble is equal to the pressure at some depth. Now, if that is the case, I can also say the excess pressure when you go inside at a certain depth is also the excess pressure inside a bubble. And the excess pressure inside the bubble is given by 4S by R. And the pressure difference from the surface to that depth is given by rho GH. That is the hydrostatic pressure formula, rho GH. That's it. So now you just need to find the value of H. H will be 4S by R rho G. That's all. 4 is known, S is 2.5 10 to the power minus 2, whole thing divided by radius 1 millimeter, so 10 to the power minus 3, density 10 to the power 3, and G is basically 10. This and this cancels. 4 into 2.5 is 10. 10 and 10 also cancels. It will become 10 to the power minus 2 meters, which is 1 centimeter. So just check it out. Option A should be correct. Yes, that is the correct answer. Yes. So over here, the idea was, I'll tell you again, imagine the surface of a liquid and then you're going inside. At this point, you will get some pressure. Outside pressure is P0. So there will be a difference of the pressure, which is P minus P0, which is rho GH. This equals to the pressure inside a normal bubble of some radius R. Outside pressure will be P0, inside pressure will be slightly higher. So that excess pressure formula is 4S by R. This and this are equal because they are given that they have equal amount of pressure. Okay, that is what was given. That is the question. I hope this is understood. Give me a thumbs up, and I hope you have smashed the like button already. If you have not done that yet, please do that. Going on to thermal physics questions now. Yes, we are coming slowly closer towards the end of the 11th standard portions, slowly. So you can see it takes a lot of time to solve all the PYQs, but Shreyas sir and your Vedantu NEET English team is over here to take up this challenge for you guys, so that you sit and watch these lectures, these questions, you revise all the questions in one go. And we are keeping this in a very limited time so that it's not extended for 10 days. Some people will try to take this series for 10 days, 20 days also. We are not doing that. We are trying to combine it as much as possible so that you utilize the rest of the time for self-study, and we'll bring in more series for more newer questions, more different PYQs, NCERT based questions, mock test and revision. That is what we are going to do. We are going to go into full power zone, power packed play it is going to be. What is this? What is the work done in this isobaric process? Pressure is given, volume is given, just find the area, right? The area under this particular graph, area enclosed by this, is going to give you the work done. But the question says only in the isobaric process, not the entire cycle. So isobaric process is only this one. This is that isobaric process. So you just have to find the area under this entire thing. The height is 3. The base is 2. So basically the area will be 3 into 10 to the power 2 multiplied by 2. That's it. So it is 6 into 10 to the power 2, which is 600 joules. Exactly 600 joules. Can you see that? Yeah, perfect. So a lot of people made a mistake also over here. You know what they did was they found the area under the triangle. No, it was not for the entire cycle. It was only for the process from A to B, not the entire cycle. The answer will be different if the question was asking for the cycle. Container contains this much volume, this much moles hydrogen, 0.3 moles of argon, the pressure of the system at a temperature of 200 Kelvin. What will the temperature be? First of all, whether it is, this much moles of hydrogen, this much moles of argon, the pressure of the system at a temperature of this much. What will you do, guys, over here? What will you do, guys? You will just add the total moles. You know the volume. You can use PV is equal to nRT. You will just get the answer. PV is equal to nRT. That's all. That's all you need to do. N is basically your 0.2 plus 0.3. R is known. Temperature is 200 Kelvin. Volume is basically 200 centimeter cube. So 200 into 10 to the power minus 6 meter cube. Then the pressure is the question mark. You can easily find this out. Okay, just substitute PV is equal to nRT. There is nothing great in this question. Moving on. Temperature of the gas. So in the previous question, if you are wondering, sir, different gases are given and all that, so what to do? Doesn't matter. It's an ideal gas, whether it is hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, helium, mono, dia, para, none, poly, does not matter. You just take the total moles. Even if you do it by partial pressures, you will still get the same answer. If you find P1 for this much moles, P2 for the secondary moles, and then you add the partial pressures, the total pressure will be exactly the same. So it doesn't matter. The gas is ideal. That's all that matters. Okay. Is that all right? Shall we go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? The temperature of a gas is this much. To what temperature the gas should be heated so that the RMS speed is increased 3 times? Guys, this is direct question. VRMS is root of 3RT by M. So speed to be increased 3 times. So 3V by V will be root of T2 by T1. Velocity is directly proportional to root of temperature. VV cancels, square it. So 9 will be equal to T2 by T1. So your final temperature will be 9 times the original temperature. So do not say original temperature is minus 50. It is minus 50 plus 273 is T1. Understood? That is your T1. Substitute, multiply by 9 times. See if you get the answer as 3295 Celsius. So you can get it in Kelvin. Whatever answer you get will be in Kelvin. You can convert it into Celsius by subtracting 273 from it. Subtract 273, you will get it in Celsius. So always remember these speed formulas in RMS, average, speed of sound, etc. They are always going to have temperature in Kelvin. Common mistake, that is. Many students take it in Celsius. Right. Moving ahead to the next one. Ideal gas follows the process PV square is equal to C to final state, thermodynamic states. Okay, where C is a constant. Then P1 is more than, I think I already showed the answer. Anyways, we'll just solve it for now and the answer is visible. If V2 is more than V1, then T2 is less than T2. V2 is more than V1, then T2 is okay. So in this case, if you notice, pressure volume relationships, pressure temperature relationships, volume temperature relationships are asked. Now pressure volume relationship is clearly seen, that is PV square is constant. So P1 V1 square will be P2 V2 square. So therefore P1 by P2 will be V2 by V1 whole square. From this, if P1 is more than P2, numerator is more than denominator. So here also V2 should be more than V1. But if you notice V1 is more than V2. So option A is wrong. Option A is wrong. Now what we can also do over here, instead of P, we can write P is equal to nRT by V. Instead of P, write it as nRT by V into V square is a constant. But N is a constant, R is a constant. So T into V will become a constant. So T1 V1 will be equal to T2 V2. So T1 by T2 will be V2 by V1. Now think about it. If you say V2 is more than V1, numerator is more than denominator. So therefore T1 should also be more than T2. V2 is more than V1. So T1 should be also more than T2. We can see that is matching in option D. But it is not matching in option C. V2 more than V1. T1 should be more than T2. Here T1 is less. So C option is wrong. If one option is correct, naturally the other options will be wrong. So even this option has to be wrong. You can verify it again by finding the relation between pressure and temperature, but you don't have to check it. Two rods, copper, steel, same length, are joined together. Conductivity are this and this. Free ends of copper and steel 100 and 0. Thermal temperature at the junction is how much? Okay, so one rod made of copper, another rod made of steel. The free ends of copper is at 100, steel is at 0, this is at x degree Celsius, everything else, this is length, area, whatever heat goes will flow here also, will flow here also, right? So the question is, what is the temperature of the junction? When these rods are in series, just like a resistor in series, current is same. Here I will say the heat flow is the same. The heat flow is going to be the same. So heat flow in copper rod is going to be K of copper into area of copper into temperature difference, which is 100 minus X, upon the length, which will be equal to K of steel into area of steel into temperature difference, which is X minus 0 upon the length. Length, area cancels. Conductivity of copper is 385 into 100 minus X. Steel is 50 and this will be just X. This 0, oh no, nothing cancels. Okay, just solve this now. Nothing else is there. So 385 into 100 minus 385x, take it on the other side, it will become 385x over here plus 50x. Solve this for x. Solve this for x. Just check if you get it as 88.5 degrees Celsius. It will come out as 88.5 degrees Celsius. This is how you solve the questions where rods are connected in series and you have to find the junction temperature. Is that okay? Everybody with me? You have to find the junction temperature. Perfect. Let's go. I hope the Josh is full high. You're on full energy. Let's continue with the next question coming up on your screen. The vessels of equal capacity have gases at the same temperature and pressure. The first vessel contains helium, second contains fluorine, and the third contains something polyatomic. Correct statement is, this is very straightforward. I want everybody to spam. Guys. Think about it. They are at the same temperature and the pressure. Who do you think is correct? Root mean square of the speeds of who will be more, who will be less. VRMS is nothing but root of 3R RT by M. So the one which has less mass will have more speed. Out of these three, helium, fluorine and hexafluoride, helium has the least mass, so it will have the highest speed. And I think there is one option. Yes, option D is there. The root mean square speed of helium is the largest. Yep, correcto. So, you know, the one which will have higher mass will have lower speed, right? So probably sulfur hexafluoride, very heavy molecule, will have lesser RMS speed. The one which has lower mass will have higher speed. That is the answer. Graphical based question. Some processes are given. So question is, those processes are adiabatic, etc. The curve which represents adiabatic. Oh my god, I think the answer is already marked. It should not have been marked. Question is, which is adiabatic? Guys, you can see right over here. Here pressure is constant. Here pressure is constant. That is isobaric. This is volume is constant, so it is isochoric because volume is constant. Out of these two, the one with higher slope is adiabatic. This is basically adiabatic, and the one with lower slope is always isothermal. So if such a question is asked for, say, isothermal, you know what the answer will be. It would be 3, but for adiabatic it would be 2. For adiabatic it would be 2. Cool, let's move on. Next question. Why is it going to the next slide? Okay, yeah, so here is the next question up on your screen. Let's go. The volume occupied by the molecules contained in 4.5 kg of water at STP if the intermolecular forces vanish away is how much? Think about it. The volume occupied by the molecules of 4.5 kg of water at STP. Yes, 22.4 liters. Will it be? No. What you will do, first thing, how many moles is this? 4.5 kg water is how many moles? Oxygen weight is 16, hydrogen is 1, so total weight is basically 18. So 4.5 kg of water is basically 4.5 into 10 to the power 3 grams, and if you divide it with 18 grams, you will get, which is the molecular weight of water, you will get the moles. You'll get the moles of basically water. Now we know that 1 mole is basically 22.4 liters. So this much moles, which is 4.5 into 10 to the power 3 divided by 18 moles, will be how many liters? This is this many liters, so this moles will be this 22.4 into this, so it will be 4.5 into 10 to the power 3 into 22.4 whole thing divided by 18, but this will be in liters, and 1 liter is 10 to the power minus 3 meter cube, so you can convert it into meter cube. So whatever answer you get is in liters, so if you want it in meter cube, multiply it with 10 to the power minus 3 to get it into meter cube. That's all. You will get the answer as 5.6, I believe. 5.6. Is that okay? Because 10 to the power 3, 10 to the power minus 3 will cancel. 22 4s are 80. Yeah, close to between 5 and 6. Yes. Perfect. Moving ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. Match the following. This was actually straightforward. Root mean square speed of the gas molecules, guys. I think is the easiest one. Then you can go to the next one. It's like, do you know the formula or not? That's all. So root means square speed. The formula is root of 3 RT by M. So A goes directly with Q. Perfect. Everybody. What else? Pressure, average kinetic energy. Come on. Pressure. Where will it be? Pressure. PV is equal to 1/3 nmv square. Remember that formula. So this was there in kinetic theory of gases. P is equal to 1/3 nmv square. That small n represents number of molecules per unit volume. Average kinetic energy of a molecule. Average kinetic energy of a molecule, guys, is 3/2 kT. 3/2 kT. Yes. Very good. For a molecule. 3 degrees of freedom, half kT, 3/2 kT. And the last one, what is it? Total internal energy of a diatomic. It has 5 degrees of freedom, so it should be 5/2 RT. It should be basically 5/2 RT, right? So half RT into 5, or CV for diatomic is 5R/2, so 5/2 RT will be the answer. Perfect. The average energy of a monoatomic gas. Come on, K is the Boltzmann constant. What is the average energy of a monoatomic gas? 3 degrees of freedom, the thermal energy. So that will be half kT, 3/2 kT. But the total, does it have any rotational energy? No. Does it have any vibrational energy? No. So only translational energy is there, and that to 3 degrees of freedom. So 3/2 kT should be the answer. Yes, 3/2 kT is the answer, because half kT into 3 degrees of freedom. will give you 3 by 2 kT. Next question, the mean free path of a gas with molecular diameter d and number of density. Direct question, guys. If you know the formula, you know it, or else you can't derive it in the exam. You know it, or else gone. Correct answer is option A. If you remember, mean free path was volume divided by root 2 pi. Then you had n, then you had diameter square over here. If you want, take the volume term below. So it will become 1 by root 2 pi n by v into d square. This I can call it as small n, which is exactly there in option A. In option A, number of molecules per unit volume. Cylinder has hydrogen, this much pressure, this much temperature. What is the density? What is the density? Come on, of the hydrogen gas. So pressure is there, temperature is there. PM is equal to rho RT. PM is equal to rho RT. That's all. So rho is equal to PM by RT. Pressure is 249 kilo, that is 10 to the power 3. Molecular weight, hydrogen 2 grams, so 2 into 10 to the power minus 3 kg, converted into kg, always SI units. R is nothing but 8.3. Temperature, what is the temperature? 27 degrees Celsius, that means 300 Kelvin. So the answer will come out to be 0.2. This is how you do the steps. Main thing is the steps, guys. Main thing is the steps. Main thing, people get stuck at, which formula to use, sir? Sir, it is not clicking, sir. I am totally lost, sir. What are the steps? So that is what you are learning over here. A for aims, Rishikesh. Wow, Avisha, that's a nice aim to have. I mean, Rishikesh, you will have so much of scenery. I can't even imagine. It will be one blessing. It will be like paradise. A for aims, Nagpur. 2. Nagpur is my city where I studied. Lovely place. Wow, Pandu is here after such a long time. Welcome, Pandu. We have been missing you. Where is Champa? The quantities of heat required to raise the temperature of 2 solid copper spheres R1 and R2 through 1 Kelvin are in the ratio of. Okay. Now, see, radius ratio is given. You have to increase it by 1 Kelvin. What is the amount of heat required? The heat required is given by mc delta T. Both are copper. That means heat is only dependent on the mass. But wait a minute, mass is density into volume, which is 4 by 3 pi r cube. And this is C delta T. So therefore, heat is indirectly dependent on radius. So therefore, I can say Q2 by Q1, okay, will be R2 by R1 whole cube. R2 by R1. R2 is not given, but R1 is definitely 1.5. So 1.5 times of R2. So there you go. Cube it. 1.5 is 3 by 2. So 3 cube is 27. 2 cube is 8. So it is 8 by 27. 8 by 27. But I think we were asked Q1 by Q2. So Q1 by Q2 will be 27 by 8. 27 by 8 is option D. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Option D. D for doctor. Very good. Let's move to the next question. Coming up on your screen, and here it is. 2 cylinders A and B, equal capacity connected via a stopcock. Contains ideal gas, temperature, pressure. B is completely evacuated, entire system is thermally insulated. Stopcock is suddenly opened. The process: adiabatic, isochoric, isobaric, isothermal. That is the question. That is the question. Come on, guys. Because this process is going to happen in a it's connected to each other. Nothing can escape. Okay. B is completely evacuated. The system is thermally insulated. This is going to happen suddenly, and other chamber was evacuated. Imagine this is one chamber. This is connected to another thing. This had that gas. Whenever such sudden spontaneous processes are going to happen, this will be always adiabatic. Because it is sudden, there is no time to exchange heat. There is no time to exchange heat with anybody. That is the reason why it will be adiabatic process. This was asked in 2020. Believe it. Crazy, right? And let's go to the next question now. Let's go to the next question. What does this question say? Wow, another question in NEET 2019. Looks like they love talking about processes. One was a graphical question, which is isothermal, adiabatic, etc. Then this question, now again this question. Every time options are same, but they are asking you, like what is this, what is that. So theoretical questions on the processes are very, very common. Every year they are asking, you can see that. Heat is neither absorbed nor released, obviously adiabatic. Here Q is 0, isochoric change in the volume is 0, here isobaric change in the pressure is 0, isothermal change in the temperature is 0. That is what these processes are. Next one. Increasing the temperature of a gas filled in a container will increase or decrease what? That's a simple question. I want everybody to spam the answer. I want everybody to spam the answer now. When you increase the temperature, what exactly does it lead to? Obviously, it increases the kinetic energy. Temperature increases the kinetic energy. Remember, the kinetic energy of the gas is the internal energy, which is nothing but NCVT. So, increasing the kinetic energy increases the temperature of the gas, increases the speeds of the gas, increases the kinetic energy. Everything is related. Wow, we have come to the last chapter, I believe. Waves and oscillations of 11th standard. 12th standard will have a separate class. Ready for it? Water break quickly. 30 seconds, 1 minute water break. Wow, my bottle is also over now. This tells after this, no break. Okay. Thank you, Pandu. Yes, Krishna. Let's go. Let's go now. The last few questions on waves. Okay, last few questions on waves and oscillations. Cool? Ready for it? Because after this, after 1 hour, you are going to have a lecture of chemistry. So let's keep this on super high charge mode. Pendulum has time period. If it is immersed with this much density, then the new period will be. Basically, this question relates time period with the gravity that you experience at any place. When you immerse something in a liquid, the buoyant force creates the notion of apparent weight. Hence, you can also experience apparent gravity. So here, let's say the weight is mg, then you will experience a buoyant force. So the apparent weight, which is the actual weight minus the buoyant force, will become mg into buoyant force is v rho g, but I can do one thing. I can write rho as, this is 1/4 the density of the material. So v sigma by 4 into g, v sigma by 4 into g. What is sigma and what is rho? This is for the liquid. This sigma is for the solid. The sigma is for the solid. Volume into density is mass. So basically the apparent weight will be mg minus mg by 4. mg by 4. So this will become 3 mg by 4. This means that your gravity has become 3/4. Gravity has become 3/4. So the new time period T1 will be 2 pi root L by, gravity will now become 3g by 4. So take this outside, 2 pi root of L by g is as it is. Root of 4 is 2, root of 3 as it is. This is nothing but your old time period. So into 2 by root 3. Into 2 by root 3. Old time period was how much? It was given as root 3 seconds. So this is given to be as root 3 seconds. So the final answer will be 2 seconds, I believe. 2 seconds. Yes, the answer is 2 seconds. Perfect. There you go. Clear? Everyone? What will be the best formula sheets? The best formula sheets will be the ones which you actually make on your own and not copy from anywhere. I mean, don't buy it or don't download it from anywhere. I mean, make it on your own. That will be the best ones because you have done it. If when the moment you buy or download anybody's things, it will be a waste of time. You will first of all waste time understanding what it is. Is this clear, guys? How we solved it? So buoyant force will reduce the apparent motion of the weight. So I saw that the gravity has become 3/4. So the time period will also change. So instead of g, if I put 3g by 4, I get the new time period, which is coming out to be 2 seconds. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen, guys. All right. So here we have a simple pendulum. Okay, this is done. Next one, there is a graph of position time. The acceleration of the particle at 2 seconds. Oh, at 2 seconds, the position is here. This means this is nothing but your extreme position. This is nothing but your extreme position, and at extreme position, what happens? Acceleration is maximum. It is nothing but omega square into amplitude. Omega, what is omega? Okay, omega we can find it out. It's not that a big deal. Omega is 2 pi by time period. Time period is basically 8 seconds. So it is basically pi by 4 and amplitude is 1. So this will become pi by 4 whole square into amplitude is 1. So it will become pi square by 16. But that is the magnitude. Direction wise, it will be negative. Direction wise, it will be negative because when x is positive, a is negative. When x is negative, a is positive. That's why the minus sign. So whatever you found out was just, the magnitude. Remember this, in a simple harmonic motion, when you are here, the acceleration is left side. When you are here, the acceleration is this side. So when x is positive, like you can see, x is positive, acceleration is negative. When x is negative, acceleration is positive. So this was just magnitude. So you will choose the minus sign. You will choose the minus sign because x was positive over here. X was positive over here. That is the reason why acceleration is negative. Great. That's a simple one. What about this one? Let's see if you guys can solve this. Some match the following type question is given. Match the following type question is given. What is the correct answer to this particular question? Think. Here, can you see the amplitude is basically not constant? Can you see the amplitude is basically not constant? It is slowly decreasing, So basically mechanical energy not conserved, negligible. Okay, restoring force with air friction. Yes, the energy is being lost. So fourth and the first option go together. Yes, it is slowly losing out the energy. Is that right? Okay. All right, next one. What is it? Y versus x is there. Okay. Then let's go to this C1. Here the amplitude is basically not changing. Here the amplitude is basically not changing. So if the amplitude is basically not changing, that means it is the oscillation under negligible friction. So this is the one, negligible air friction. So there is no damping. Amplitude is constant. This is constant. So C goes with 2. Here, this particular graph, if you see, this is like force versus displacement, like a spring force. So this is like your restoring force of a spring, F is equal to minus kx. Naturally, the last option, D option, will be total mechanical energy is conserved, is that part which is being represented here. This is the total energy which is going to be conserved or constant. Potential decreases, kinetic increases. Kinetic decreases, potential increases. So that is that graph. So that is with D option. Moving on to the next one. Identify the function which represents non-periodic motion. One of these is going to be not periodic in nature. One of this is not periodic in nature. Which one do you think it is? Come on. First one is sine function. Third one also, even fourth one also. This is not sine or cos. So it should be B. It is obvious. There is nothing to discuss here. When there is no sine or no cos, it will not be periodic. If it is exponential, if it is algebraic, quadratic, cubic, reciprocal, root, all these functions are non-periodic. Only sine cos functions are periodic, your trigonometric functions basically. Now already why is the answer same? Okay, two pendulums, same phase, same mean position. How many vibrations? So that they are in phase after the mean position. I'll tell you what to do in this. Very interesting. So for the first pendulum, the length is 121. So the time period 1 will be 2 pi root 121 by g. So this will be 2 pi by root g. 2 pi by root g. Root of 121 is 11. Let's use CG as units because everything is in centimeters. Similarly, time period 2 will be 2 pi root 100 by g. So it will be 2 pi by root g into 10. Now what I'll do, 2 pi by root g, I'll take it as a constant. So it will become 11c. This will also become 10c. What is c? What is c? Where c is basically 2 pi by root g. Why did I do that? It will become easy to compare. It will become easy to compare. First time is 11, second time is 10. They start together, but because their time periods are unequal, they will have some difference between them. And after some decent amount of time, you will see again they will come back together. And again there will be a difference. So think of it like this, they started together. They started together. First guy's time is 11c, more, like that. Second guy's time is slightly less, 10c. This is like your vernier caliper. They will eventually coincide somewhere or the other. They will eventually coincide somewhere or the other after certain oscillations. This is 11c. This is 10c. When will they coincide? After their LCM. So 11c, how many times you will have to put? Think about it. 10 number of times. And 10c, you will have to put 11 number of times. That's when they will come back to the same phase. That's how you beautifully visualize it. So the question is, how many vibrations of the shorter pendulum? Shorter pendulum is this one, which is second one. So 11 oscillations should be the answer, which is B. Is that clear, guys? Everyone? Okay. If one had more time, one had less time, they will not perfectly match, but after certain vibrations, they will perfectly match. Yeah. Okay. Preeta, you can watch my old classes. You can check out the playlist on the channel. Also, my lectures, most of them are there. You can check out this sheet, or if you want, you can go down over here. See this. Physics for all of you. Just click on play all. Or you can just do one thing. Let's see if you can figure out this playlist over here like this. Just click on this. Yeah, you can see the entire playlist is there, all the chapters, right? You can see even over here, right? Reoptics, wave-optics, electrostatics, current, electricity, electromagnetic induction, alternating current, logic gates, all the derivations. So you can check it. Okay, if there is some chapter which is probably here and there which is left out, I would suggest you can watch my even older videos on J English, but I'll try to bring those chapters as much as possible. But the other option is use it from the NEET crash course. That is another thing. And the third option is just wait for the revision to start, where I'll be taking up all the chapters revision within no time. Yeah, we'll be bringing up chapter revisions also. Is that okay? Right. Okay, Preeta, you want magnetic properties? Just do one thing, bacha. Can you do one thing, one small thing? I'll tell you. Just as you are watching these classes, right? Just search for over here magnetic properties Shreyas Vedantu. That's all. Magnetic properties Shreyas Vedantu. There you go. You will find these classes. These are little bit old classes, but I feel that they will give you a good idea. Don't watch the Earth's magnetism. All that is not there. Magnetic properties and materials. Just check out this lecture. Will that be okay? Yeah, you can complete the entire thing. Don't wait for anything now. Is that okay, Preeta? Perfect. Awesome, bacha. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Next one. The body is executing SHM with frequency and the frequency of the potential energy. This is to be done this way. See, when I complete one oscillation, so my position graph will go like this, but energy graph, here energy is 0, here energy is maximum, again 0, again maximum, again 0, 0, maximum 0, 0, maximum 0, 2 times. So here I have completed the one cycle in this much time. Here I have completed one cycle in only this much time. So for energy, the frequency is double. So it should be 2 times of n. It should be 2 times of n. That's all. This was for position. This was for position. This is for energy. This is for energy. So as I go front and back and come back, positive 0, negative 0, energy will become 0, then maximum, then 0, then maximum, then again 0. So 2 times. And it is like you have taken this part and put it here. So that is why this is one cycle, this is one cycle, which is half the period, double the frequency. Half the period, double the frequency. Is that okay, everyone? Moving on. Next question on your screen. A spring stretched by 5 force this much. Time period of oscillation when a mass is attached. The first piece is just given to find the value of spring constant using F is equal to Kx. Force is 10, K unknown, X is 5 by 100 meters. So K will be, this will become 20 and this will become 200 Newton per meter. But that is not the question. Question is time period. Time period is 2 pi under root mass by spring constant. So 2 pi under root mass is 2. Spring constant is 200. 2 goes with 200. 100 times 100. So root is basically 10. So it will become pi by 5 seconds. Pi by 5 seconds. Just check it out if it is 0.628. 0.628. Everyone, if you want, you can put the value 3.14 divided by 5. Just check it out. It will be 0.628 seconds. Is that clear, everyone? Awesome. I've done this question very good, Aditya, before. Moving on, next one on your screen. Phase difference between displacement and acceleration of a particle in SHM. This is straightforward. So when you see position versus time graph, it looks like this, which is a sine graph. Then your acceleration graph looks like this. It is a minus sign graph. So what is the phase difference between them? What is the phase difference between them? Pi radians. These are out in phase. When this is maximum, this is minimum. When this is minimum, this is maximum. So phasor diagram wise, if this is here, the other phasor will be here. So the phase difference is pi radian. Phase difference is pi radian, guys. That is the answer. Cool. When one is maximum, the other is minimum. When one is minimum, the other is maximum. So it is completely opposite of each other. Very good. Let's go to the next one. Radius of the circle, the period of revolution, initial phase, position, sense of revolution are indicated. Y projection of the radius vector of the rotating particle is how much? So first of all, 3 is the radius, 3 will be the amplitude, undoubtedly. So this 4 can't be the option. This is definitely out of the question. Yeah, this can't be true. Then time period is 4 seconds. So from that omega can be found, which is 2 pi by time period, which is pi by 2. So omega should be pi by 2. Here this is 3 pi by 2, wrong. Here it is 2 pi, this is also wrong. So only option left is basically C. Pi by 2, it is correct. 3 is there, that is correct. And that's it. Just check this out. Yes, option C. That's all. There you go. Yeah, C for Captain Shreyas. That's it. Moving to the next one. Average velocity of a particle executing SHM in one complete vibration is how much? Average velocity of a particle. Velocity. Displacement is 0. Average velocity is displacement by time. Displacement is 0, guys. So average velocity should be just 0. Simple question. Speed will not be 0. Velocity will be 0. Average. Speed is distance by time. Velocity is displacement by time. Next one. Y is A naught plus A sin omega t plus B cos omega t, then the amplitude of the oscillation. See, understand what this equation means. It will become very easy to solve it even without breaking your head. A naught is a constant. See, this A naught is just a constant. It is not going to do anything. Whenever I write y is equal to sin x, the graph might be like this. If I write y is equal to 2 plus sin x, what will the graph do? Will just go shift by 2 units. So that constant has no role to play over here. First of all, understand that. In fact, any option which has A naught, please eliminate it also. If some option has A naught, just eliminate it. So 100% D option will not be correct. Amplitude is still going to be only this much. So it doesn't matter how much you shift it up by, amplitude will remain the same. Okay. Now A sin omega t, B cos omega t, it's like adding two SHMs. Adding two SHMs. One is sine, one is cos. That means the phase difference is 90 degree. So one SHM having amplitude A, another SHM having amplitude B, phase difference 90 degree. So what will be the resultant? It will be root of A square plus B square. That is the resultant amplitude. That is the resultant amplitude. Hence, the correct answer should be option A. It's that simple. No complex mathematics. It was just a question on superposition, adding two or more SHMs. Yeah, that's all. Right? Let's go to the next one coming up on your screen. Fourth overtone of a closed pipe is same as the third overtone of an open pipe. Ratio of the length of the closed pipe to the length of the open pipe is how much? Okay. So let's do this for closed pipe. When I say closed, it is closed on one side. Understand that. So only odd harmonics are present. Only odd harmonics are present. So first frequency bit is F, then 3F, then 5F, then 7F, then 9F. Here in an open pipe, all the harmonics are present: F, 2F, 3F, 4F, 5F, and so on and so forth. When they say fourth overtone of a closed pipe, this is fundamental, this is first overtone, this is second overtone, this is third overtone, fourth overtone is asked. So fourth overtone is basically we are talking about 9F. And then over here they are talking about third overtone. This is your fundamental, this is your first overtone, second overtone, this is your third overtone. That means 4F is what we are talking about. These both are equal is what they are saying. So what is the ratio of the length? If you talk for the closed pipe, the frequency formula will be odd times V by 4L. And for the open pipe, it is NV by 2L. This odd number is basically 9. So 9V by 4L. Here, that number itself is 4. That number itself is 4. So 4V by 2L. VV cancels. Check this out. What and all will get cancelled? V, 2. Yep. So L1, take it on the top. L2, keep it below. 9 by 8, I believe. 4 2s are 8. 9 by 8, which is yes, option B. That is the correct answer. So whenever you get confused, simple. Just write down the frequencies. You will understand who is which overtone, which frequency, which number to put here, etc. Whenever odd harmonics are present, that odd number will come here. When open pipe is there or string open at both ends, free at both ends, fixed at both ends, all the harmonics are present. F, 2F, 3F, 4F. Overtone is over the fundamental. So the numbering happens after the fundamental frequency. So you need to be just careful with the numbering. Just need to be careful with the numbering. Is that okay? So Avisha, I believe you have not yet reached the sound and waves part as of now. Not sure if you have studied it. So these are, you know, harmonic numbers and overtones, which is the last chapter of 11th standard. If you have studied it, great. If you have not studied it, I'll tell you what you can do. There is one beautiful class where just search for Shreyas Bhaiya. Where is, okay, just search for waves, Shreyas Vedantu. You will get it right over here. Waves. I just did it just some time back. Waves on a string, right? And sound, NCERT lines and everything. Just 1 month back. Just click on this video. You will be able to see it in that. Is that okay? Cool. How to give those harmonic numbers, how to give those overtone numbers, everything. I have discussed it over there. If there is any other doubt apart from that, please ask. I will definitely help you out, right? So other than that, this is same. One thing which people get confused is, sir, which is closed, which is open? I always get confused with this. See, when I say closed pipe, when I say closed pipe, that means it is closed on one side and it is open on the other side. When I say open pipe, means literally it is open on both sides. Literally it is open on both sides. This is the meaning. The formula for frequency is NV by 2L. N can take any numbers, 1, 2, 3, like that. Here the formula for frequency is odd multiple V by 4L. Here the odd numbers can be 1, 3, 5, 7 and so on and so forth. So in the question, these frequencies were given to be equal. Got it? These frequencies were given to be equal for certain numbers. That overtone number is what is given. Okay. Next. Ratio of the frequencies of fundamental harmonic produced by an open pipe to that of a closed pipe having same length is how much? Read it again and again so that you understand. Ratio of the fundamental frequencies produced by an open pipe. So when I say open pipe, the fundamental frequency is odd number V by 4 times of the length. That is fundamental. That's why the odd number is 1. The odd number is 1. When you talk about closed pipe, the fundamental frequency will be NV but by 2L. Length is the same, clearly mentioned. Length is the same. Question is, what is the ratio of them? What is the ratio of the frequencies? Means F1 by F2. So V by 4L upon V by 2L. So it will be 2 by 4, which is 1 by 2. Which is 1 by 2 is option number D. Oops, 2 by 1. Why is it coming 2 by 1? What did I do? Ratio of the frequency of fundamental harmonic produced by open pipe. I'm so sorry guys. This I wrote here, this I wrote here. So sorry. Exactly opposite it was. Yeah. I'll just redo it over here again. So open pipe means the frequency will be NV by 2L. So N is 1, V by 2L. Closed pipe means it will be odd V by 4L. So now you just have to divide F1 by F2. F1 is V by 2L, F2 is V by 4L. VVLL cancels. So 4 goes on the top, 2 comes below. So it will be 2:1. So 2:1 is option number A. Yes, that is correct. For closed it is 4L. For open it is 2L. Remember that. Right. Yeah. Ulta reverse. Uno reverse. We applied. Let's move on to the next one coming up on your screen. Organ pipe filled with gas at 27 resonates at 400 Hz in its fundamental mode. Is filled with same gas at 90 degrees Celsius. Resonance frequency at the same mode will be how much? See, organ pipe is filled with a gas, resonates at some frequency, means the frequency is N, let's say V by 2 times of length. This frequency is 400. Then your velocity of the sound is not known. Let's say this is 2L. Speed of sound, I can use gamma RT by M formula. speed of sound is gamma RT by M formula. Okay, I'll just keep it as it is. Question is, if it is filled with the same gas at 90, what will be the new mode going to be? Understand that temperature changes the speed, and that's why it changes the frequency. So I can just write this as 1 by 2L root gamma RT by M. So the frequency is directly proportional to root of temperature. So new frequency by old frequency, new frequency by old frequency will be new temperature by old temperature under the root. New temperature is 90 degrees Celsius, but write it in Kelvin. Old temperature was 27, so it is 300 Kelvin. F2, I don't know. F1 is 400. So F2 will be 400, and this you will have over here, which is 363 divided by 300 over here. So just check it out, approximately how much will it come out to be. It will be slightly more than 400, but how much? Around 440 is what you should expect the answer to be, close enough to 440. That's it. Yes, Aban, yes, the answer is C. That's all. So frequency has changed because the temperature has changed, and temperature has actually changed the speed of the sound. So that was the actual question. Next one, the initial tension in a string is doubled. Ratio of the initial and final speeds of the wave is how much? Is the speed related to the tension? Yes, it is root of tension by mu, mass per unit length. So velocity is directly proportional to the root of tension. So V2 by V1 is root of T2 by T1. Tension is doubled. So 2 times T1 by T1. T1 cancels. Root 2 by 1. The ratio of the speeds is root 2 by 1 or 1 by root 2. If you take it 1 by V1 by V2. This was V2 by V1. If you take V1 by V2, if you take it as V1 by V2, it will be 1 by root 2, which is this answer. Cool. That is the answer for this particular question. Moving ahead, guitar, 2 strings are made of the same material, slightly out of tune. When the frequencies are close, then it produces beats of 6 Hz. Tension in B is decreased. Beat frequency of A is 530. What do you think is the actual frequency of B? It's given frequency of A is 530. So 530 Hz is for A. Now, since it was mentioned the beat frequency is 6 Hz, that means B frequency has 2 options. B's frequency has 2 options. 530 plus 6, which is 536, or 530 minus 6, which is 524 Hz. These are the only 2 options which are possible for B. These are the only 2 options which are possible for B. Is that right? Everybody with me? Very good. But can you see some options? 524, 536, 524, 536. So this is wrong. This is also wrong. Remove them. Okay, forget it. Now read the next part. When B's tension is reduced, the beat frequency when it's slightly decreased, then the beat frequency of A, I think there is something which is missing over here. The frequency of A is 530. I think the beat frequency they have not mentioned. All right, whether it increases or decreases, I'll give you 2 options. If example, the beat frequency, imagine the beat frequency decreases. Imagine it is mentioned that as you decrease the tension, beat frequency also decreases. Now, frequency in a string is given by NV by 2L. So N by 2L is there. Velocity is root of tension by mu. If you reduce the tension, even the frequency will also reduce. Yes, the frequency will also reduce. Here the wording should have been like the frequency of A is 530. This is coming as a continuous statement, so it looks slightly confusing. Okay, so don't get scared by it. A's frequency is 530, that's is given. What will happen to B when you reduce the tension? The moment you reduce the tension, frequency will also reduce. So if the frequency reduces and it so happens the beat frequency also reduces, which of these two will make more sense? Think logically. So if the frequency reduces to 523, here it becomes 535. What will happen in this case? The gap between 530 and 523 will make it 7 Hertz beat. 7 Hertz beat frequency. Here 530 minus 530 will make it 5 Hertz of beat frequency. Here it has reduced, here it has increased. So if it was mentioned that the beat frequency also reduces, then the correct original frequency would have been B1, which is 536. Otherwise, if it was increased, then the correct answer will be 524. I'll repeat. Original A's frequency was 530. Because beat frequency is 6, either it will be plus 6 or minus 6. So either it could be 536 or 524, because 536 minus 530 or 530 minus 524 both gives you 6 Hertz. Now, when you reduce the tension of B, frequency of B also reduces. So if it was 536, it becomes 535. The difference now reduces, so beat frequency reduces. It matches with the given information. But if you choose B2 as the option, 524 becomes 523. The gap will increase, beats increases, which is not as per the given information. So accordingly, you will choose the answer, right? So guys, you have come to the end of the session. As of now, there is this next part. You can see this is electrostatics. I'll be taking this up. In the next class. I'll be taking it up in the next class. I'm dividing this session into 2 parts. Is that okay, guys? I hope you guys have really enjoyed this and learned a lot, because this is one of the unique session, because all the PYQs, it's almost like 6 papers, because one extra paper came because of the postponement of NEET last year. So 6 papers, all questions were covered of 11th standard. 12th standard, I'll be taking it up separately. Physics takes time, right? So comment below if you loved it, and I hope you have accepted the 2-day challenge. Now it's time for chemistry, and after that tomorrow biology, and again I'll come back, Thursday or Friday. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay motivated. This is your Captain Shreyas, and I'm signing off. Bye bye. Hasta la vista.